there are two questions which we need to answer. In the interest of time, I am saying these questions right away. What in your experience has been the internationalization support which you have provided to the incubators? That's one question. The second is the same question, but the word incubator gets replaced by startups. So these are, one is what is that you have done in supporting incubators. Number two, what you have done for supporting startups. So these are the two questions which we need to answer. And if you would like to give any tip, any special tip to all the incubator managers here as to how they can go for internationalization. I will not talk about the India experience, because India experience I will leave it to Dipanvita to cover, and rest we have a variety, we will travel across the globe with these experiences. Over to you panel members, and Dipanvita, in case I need to come back somewhere, please let me know, otherwise I'll be a listener. Thank you. Dipanvita, please go ahead to begin with.
I'll take you, because when you say you don't want to speak anymore, I'll take your mic. That's a dangerous incubation manager strategy.
Good.
So I just try to keep everyone awake, because one, there's a little bit of delay, and the other is, how do you make life interesting? When a startup comes to you and say that we are not getting a market opportunity here, we want to do outside, we do not have enough funds here, we don't have venture capital here. And I'm talking of not today, I'm talking of the last 20, 25 years, because with Mr. Mittal sitting here, we have to talk of the legacy of so many years. How to develop your venture capital ecosystem when there are no Indian VCs, so you need VCs from outside, you need funding from outside, and if you're doing something like life sciences, like what we do, there's actually no funding. So very little funding. Now, of course, we have BIRAC to provide the initial grant funding, but we also wanted to look at funding from outside. The first thing that we did was actually try and see which are these organizations, are these corporates, are these philanthropies who would provide funds. And Gates Foundation from Seattle, they provided us the first Grand Challenges fund in India. And now Grand Challenges is so commonplace. Everyone runs Grand Challenges. Very lucky to say that, very proud and very privileged to say that IKP was the first organization that received an implementation funding from the Gates Foundation to set up Grand Challenges for early stage health. So then it was not only our incubator, it was the entire innovation ecosystem that could leverage this. So I think when we talk of internationalization from an incubator point of view, it is probably the ecosystem that we look at. So since I have to limit my discussion, I would keep it to, because the Grand Challenges became a program that all incubators run today. But can I take up the startup program also now, or should I come back?
I think you complete your...
I'll complete mine. Okay. So, we have done several programs for startups, but one thing that we are doing now, and because it started last year and this is our second year, with the Copenhagen Business School, we run a program where interns come and work with our startups. Last year, 31 interns from the Global Business Management program came to us to work with 4 of our startups. And this time again in November, they're coming. It is basically to provide new perspective for global expansion. And they work on the business plan with the startups sitting in Hyderabad in their premises, and at the end of it, it is basically expansion or growth program for these startups. I'm happy to say, out of the 4 startups that last year we had nominated, Copenhagen Business School said, we want to do one more time for 2 startups. So there's a repeat program, a new group of people, because they were so happy with the kind of interaction their students gain and our startups gain. And I just saw Shishir here. Shishir will be one of those startups where 5 interns are coming from Copenhagen Business School. I think he just left. Oh, where are you? Oh, Rachna and Shishir. So it's a program, if it's a program for Rachna and Shishir, it's a program for all of you. And only thing is, come to Hyderabad, at least say, I have to tell CBS that yes, these are Hyderabad startups. And then they open up a very, very impactful program. I'll just leave it at that. If there's chance, I'll come back.
Thank you so much. And also thank you so much for the invitation to be here on this panel. My name is Adishri. I represent a German government agency called the German Center for Research and Innovation, and we're an official bilateral agency for developing science research innovation relationships. One of our programs is on science-based entrepreneurship, and what we do there is work with early stage startups or also researchers who are interested in going to the market with their idea, with incubators at higher education and research institutions, and we also do a bit of background policy work for the policy advisors. Our approach for bringing together all of these is connecting them through the incubator ecosystems in both the countries. And we've been trying to do this since last 3 years, and it has been going well. So I'll just tell you what the experience has been. So we started in 21 with connecting. There was pandemic time. We started connecting everybody online first to actually check if there's an interest in connecting India, Germany. Where are the gaps? What kind of formats would work? So we spoke to startups. We spoke to incubators from both the sides. The startups said, no one has ever asked us this before. So it's really interesting. So we took up their inputs. Those who just wanted to connect with both the ecosystems, we brought them down to a few, brought down the points a little bit, just to say not to broadly connect. Oh, I would like to connect to Germany, I would like to connect to India, but on what exactly? And then we followed it up with workshops in India and Germany. In the last 2 years, we were able to connect almost 100 incubators from both the sides. And we identified a couple of formats with them, gaps with them, also topics that would be of interest. Try to understand the ecosystem. What does a startup mean here? What does a startup mean there? When do the startups or teams exit the incubators? Where do the accelerators? What are the funding possibilities, etc.? And we have, like I said, a network of 100 that's running at the moment. The funding agencies have also been connected on both the sides. And the second thing that we do is connect early stage startups or researchers from both the sides. We run an immersion program since the last 3 years. As much as we love to increase the visibility of Germany in India, we would also like to increase the visibility of India and Germany, because there's a very strong imbalance of researchers or startups coming from Germany to India. So we actively try to show the innovation ecosystem to the German partners. That's why most of our programs at the first course start in India. So the immersion program also starts in India. It's a 2-week program, and we run this in a bottom-up approach with incubators from both the countries. So it's a 6 months to 1 year preparation. And we're happy to say that Hyderabad is the new city on our list, and we will be here another month with 30 participants, 15 teams, and almost 12 incubators from both the sides. And the success stories for that have just started with grants in Germany, grants in India. And I have to also thank the partners who've been helpful. IKP is one of them, DST, BIRAC, AIC, and several of the incubators have been here who have started helping us there. So I would leave it to that, and if you need connects with Germany, helping identify partners, you're welcome to contact us. Thank you so much.
Yes, สวัสดีค่ะ First of all, let me thank our international partner ISBA for inviting us to join and to witness the vibrant, the good vibe of Indians innovation and incubator ecosystem. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Suvipa Wannasatop. I'm representing Thai BISPA, which is the local network on incubators ecosystem in Thailand. We have around 40 members at the moment. So if any of our peer professional here would like to connect with us, please connect to Thai BizSpa. And also I represent also the immediate past president of RB, which is the Asian Association of Business Incubator, which also ISBA is the member. The reason why I'm saying that is that this is the way that to answer your first question. Actually, I met long-time friends with the Panvita in the IASP, International Association of Science Park Association, and for Thailand, in order for us to create the strong linkage, international linkage with abroad, we have to show them that we are ready to connect, to collaborate, and also to co-create. Collaboration is not just to enter the new market. It is about working together to create value. And let me take the example of one of our initiatives that we actually we are also new in taking this level of collaboration. Before we only do the multilateral collaboration. For example, joining different conference, be active in different associations in order to collect the connection so that when times it is needed for our entrepreneurs, then we can introduce and connect them and facilitate the connections. But recently we have tried to come up with some program that we want thing to happen, not just talk and connect and that's it. So we start what we call Sino-Thai acceleration program with China. So our counterpart there is the Shanghai Technology Innovation Center. They gather all their incubators in China, and then they recruit the entrepreneurs, especially in the field of health and wellness. So they recruit 10 of them and send it to us. And for us, we send 10 also entrepreneurs that we have recruited, but based on our strength in food and agriculture. And then they select about 7 of us, of our entrepreneurs, so that they will help with the co-acceleration program. And we also select about 8 companies from them. And we have about one year of co-acceleration program together. What happened is that we try to leverage each other's strength, and we believe that the cross-border collaboration does a good job there, because one of our incubators called SMS, the Siam Modified Starch, they set up their technical solution center over there with the help of the the Chinese incubators, and they also get some help in the mentoring program so that they can navigate through the regulatory process, and also they get help in recruiting the necessary human resources to work in that operation. So in that count, I would like also to extend our invitation to ISBA, our international partners here that we have long-term relationship, especially with Dr. Rajendra, Dr. Bala, Dr. Suresh. We have known each other for over 20 years, and I think it's high time. Also, Mr. Mittal. Yes, I think it's high time that we do something together. So let me put everything here that we are ready, and please, we believe that two takeaways from the experience that we have, that Mr. Mittal asked me if ask us if we have any recommendation for the success. The key success factor of this cross-border collaboration is quick, it's a long-term relationship, and it's the mutual trust. The shared goal is to create something together that is valuable to the success of our entrepreneurs. And especially if our entrepreneur success, then we can say that it's our success as well, because they propelled the economic growth of a nation, be it in both in the respective market. Yes. So the second one is that be proactive. So I'm now proactive, extending our invitation, and also we are awaiting for further collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Owen, the Deputy High Commissioner of the British government here in India, please, for your remarks.
Thank you very much, Isabel, for inviting me. This is it's a pleasure and an honour to be here today. As mentioned, I represent the British government in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and to quickly address the two questions, because I know we are short of time. I think in the first question, with regards incubators and the approach of the UK government to supporting incubators, one of the programmes I think is important, it's really good to highlight, is through our research councils, through the UK Research and Innovation, it supports a number of big incubators and innovation centres, and a lot of it reflecting something Srinivas said earlier. So we support incubators through our research councils, and as Srinivas said earlier, it's really important for not only for incubators to be broad, but also to be quite deep. And this is especially what the focus is on many of the incubators the UK government supports through our research councils. And to give an example of collaboration overseas, I can give a recent example from India. We've recently established a centre focused on responsible AI, and that will bring together all the stakeholders in the UK to look at responsible AI and how we adapt AI in the future. And only last month, the centre visited Delhi to hold a workshop with Triple IT Delhi. So this is a really good example of the deepness of our incubators, but also the type of overseas collaboration that is going ahead. Now for startups, again, there's a lot of British government support for startups. We have a number of catapults, in particular in very, very specific areas. And then we have a brilliant organisation called Innovate UK, which as well as supporting startups in the UK in terms of their journey, a big focus on Innovate UK is also international collaboration. And we have another strong example of where Innovate UK work with India, and this one is actually with Hyderabad. So Innovate UK has a program with T-Hub, which will be about a 2-year program, and within that program, over the 2 years, around about 4 cohorts of UK startups will be based in T-Hub, not only to soft land it into the Indian market, but also to develop themselves utilising the know-how of T-Hub, but also of the whole innovation system here in Telangana. So that's a brief outline trying to address the 2 questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, we will now move on to the Asian perspective. Please, go ahead.
My name is James Lee from the South Korea. This is very right now, 4:30, very tired time and sleepy time. Due to the very strong air conditioner, we cannot sleep, right? But thank you so much for joining us. Even though yesterday we have Asian, Association is the Asian Association of the Business Incubation. We have a summit last night, so too many people coming. So thanks a lot. As a president of the RB, I'm very happy. I'm proud of that. So I have many roles actually right now. I'm the professor and the president of the COBIA and the president of AABI RB. So right now I'm the sabbatical. So due to that, my student is still studying hard, but I'm flying from today here, joining you the very good ceremony here. For the international linkage, for the target, one is the BI, and the other one incubator, and the other one is the startups. I want to tell you some based on my true story, case study. Actually, I'm doing the director of the startup foundation in the Dongguk University in Seoul. So with that, I want to tell you several things. First of all, for the incubator, the international linkage, right now, that is very important. That is what means is the securing connection. Human relationship is very important. Yesterday, I met Dr. Rajendra, and then that is our connection is right now. Then our student or our startup incubator want to make a connection, then we're gonna connect it all through the two dots of that, right? So second part is the network. So already our respectable former president of our RB, Swafa, already pointed out, AABI, RB network is very important. So if you are interested in the South Korea or the Japan or the China, let me know. Then I will connect of that. So that is and we so far we have international international association of BI is three big ones. So one of them is in AABI Asia, and one of them Europe ETI something, and the America we have they have the India. So we through that connection we can have many connected parts would be possible. And the third part is I want to say specialty is very important. So for my university, actually my work was started 2007. My university is not famous for the startup. Due to that, we have make our brainstorming many times. So the brainstormings, we have our conclusion is that what is our specialty of our university? So our university is exactly located in the center of Seoul. So exactly center of the New York, which is universities are there. There is the NYU, New York University. So NYU has very strong in the cultural technology. So from the 2007, our title of our university is cultural technology. So cultural technology is many areas of that. So our startup in our Dongguk University is a specialty, is the cultural technology. So you should have your own specialty. That is important. So if you have your own specialty, then your international linkage is very easy, much, much easier. Okay? So that is the very good tips for the incubator. And second, for the startups, actually that is based on my true story. My student is very smart. Okay, so especially I'm the professor as well as director of the Dongguk University Startup Foundation director. As a professor, we need very important. The most important thing is the deep loving to the student. Okay, so deep affection is very important. So do you know EO? Have you heard about the EO? He is the very special the creator of YouTube, especially in the area of the startup and business incubation. So right now his name is Taeyong Kim. He is very famous, actually much famous than me. But 10 years ago, he was just a startup, as a student startups there. He made the toys for the children and the toddler. So, but he failed 10 years ago, And I didn't know that exactly. After that, he did 3 times failure for the startup. And then 2017, he alone went to the Silicon Valley. And in the Silicon Valley, in this area, the event of that a lot of people, he mentioned about, I did 3 times failure for the startup. But a lot of the Silicon Valley people, they are very happy to say, you are very lucky. You are 3 times the failure, So with that, he is the very famous, right now, he is very famous YouTube creator. So he is one of the proud of my student. So if you are interested in the student startup, always with that deep respecting and loving is the very important thing. Okay, so that is the tips to the 2 things. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Well, since we are not yet born, I'll just take the last two minutes, couple of minutes, for summing up what India did in internationalization. See, sometimes you have to be lucky to get a collaboration. I was sitting in my office one day, and suddenly a visitor came. And the visitor turned out to be an Indian who was working in World Bank, Washington. I think most of our incubator managers know him, Mr. Vivek Chaudhary. And he said that, can we develop this collaboration of the incubators across the global? The World Bank had a program, and I think has a program called InfoDev, Information for Development. So under that program, I think about 60 of our incubator managers, that program and another program with Lockheed Martin, the 60 of our incubator managers, they were trained in Silicon Valley. Because to us, at that point of time, Silicon Valley was a dream. We only used to dream what happens in Silicon Valley. But we had to actually go and see for ourselves what happens in Silicon Valley. There were, I think, a 2-week or a 3-week program which was conducted in Silicon Valley, and most of our incubators had visited that. Then the Lockheed Martin program came. Intel also supported us in a big way. The key learning, number 1, please focus on your non-resident people. I'm not saying non-resident Indians, because there are international guests here. Please focus on your international linkages through them, the non-resident individuals in those countries who can then bring back, number 1, the ideas, the technologies, the mentoring, and ultimately maybe the finance also. So that's, and as far as startups is concerned, that's the second point. I normally narrate a lot of stories. Today there is no time for stories. So I will just remind you about, remember that story which I used to tell you often about an individual who was making artificial flowers. He was sent in a contest and he actually got not only the first prize but also the investment. What we also do is that we also support people who are participating in these events, these workshops, and this is for the startups. So we do that. So that's in summary. Dipanvita, before you want to say something, please go ahead.
Can I just endorse what you said about NRIs? A lot of the good collaboration and cooperation we have with India is through NRIs. They are really, really motivated to work with India, and it is something we really appreciate, but it's also something we can do a lot more with. But thank you for raising that. It's a really, really good point. If there is a cohort of people who really want to work with India and to really help India grow, it is the NRI network. They are really special.
Just have a really small point to add. When you said what could we tell the incubators, just in my experience, when we talk about startup connects or international connects, most of us jump towards market access. I would just like to say that there are more avenues for cooperation. There's joint technology transfer, early stage connects for startups, co-founder recruitments, team recruitments, and in our workshops, etc., we're also trying to encourage incubators to look at these avenues. So also look at that when you're looking for international collaborations.
Very nice. Dipanvita, can I conclude? Okay. No. You also wanted to share something? I thought. Okay. Well, friends, we have taken a world tour in 20 minutes. Okay? The relevant for this crowd here. This is, and let's give a big hand to all our panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I'm a lung and critical care doctor at Apollo Hospitals. I'm the kind of doctor you don't want to see. I was fairly popular during COVID people didn't know who I was, but I was taking care of them because they were unconscious and on ventilators. But at the same time, today's keynote is really to kind of share a perspective that I have from the bedside, but also a perspective that I see from my interest in research. Ramji has been known to me for almost a decade now, and it greatly thank you for inviting me to give this presentation. I think one of the things we want to think about when we are talking about startups, when we're talking about research, when we're talking about entrepreneurship, is not to forget that at the end of the line for all of this is a patient in the healthcare perspective. If you're looking at startups from an agriculture perspective, there's a farmer at one end of the line. If you're looking at it from a chemical industry perspective, there is a patient or an industry that needs this very specific chemical. So whichever industry you take as a startup, there is some human or a process that really depends on what you do to succeed. So I believe the ideas are essential, but persistence is even more essential. Anybody know what the number is? It's not an eye test. But that is the Indian median age. Most Indians are young. There's only 75 million people above 60 years of age. Some are in this room, I know, but I'm getting there too. But really speaking, 1 billion Indians need to get old in the next 30 to 40 years. That's a huge amount of things that need to get done. We're all seeing the inefficiencies, the challenges that other countries are facing who have older populations. But you can clearly see that unless we fix many of the issues which are both biologic, systemic, process-oriented, we're going to be in big trouble. I think, what are the challenges? There is no time to think. Time is obviously of the essence. There is no money to act. There's not enough mentors. There is not enough academic support. There's no project plan. There's no true bureaucracy. And of course, there is no ideation at the bedside. And partly this is because there's so much work to do. There is no real push from the top to actually do research, except in certain places. Absolutely, things are changing. But for a world that has 1 billion people who don't have anything and 7 billion who have something and a very small percentage who actually have what they want, there's a huge amount of work that needs to get done. I think very briefly my story. When I was in medical college, when I was in high school, I was just interested in research. I ended up making paper out of water hyacinth and chopping up earthworms because I didn't want to kill any animals. I thought earthworms will regenerate, so I'm not really killing anything. I tested them out as a high school project. And then in med school, ICMR had a little thing on the notice board saying, hey, if you want to do research, you'll get 1,500 rupees. In those days, that was a big deal. So I actually applied for it and got a small scholarship to do some filaria research. And then, when I went to the US, I trained in the US and did my med school in India and my further training in the United States. Came back to India about 2011. And over there was so much of research going on. I would kind of hang out in the labs and see so much happening. Now, fortunately for them, in Western countries, they have huge support from industry. They have huge support from their institutions. There's a lot of money that goes into this. But I think that's a process. In India, it's happening at very large scale, but obviously a lot more needs to get done. And we need to get this culture of research right in from the start. I was always curious, and I think I had very good role models in terms of really looking up to seeing what we could do. My father was one of them. And one thing that I do very interesting, I kind of like how a pilot claims for number of hours of flying, I do remote intensive care for the United States from India. So I've been watching patients during the day here and the night in the US. I'm their critical care doctor. I'm resuscitating people, I'm giving them medicines, giving orders, etc. And about 14,000 hours of doing that. And we started the same model in India. And there's just a little background of kind of why I ended up in this place, why I'm in this auditorium today, to kind of talking to you today. That's the world population last week and earlier today. There's about 8 billion people. I asked ChatGPT, hey, can you make me a picture of the remaining 7 billion? It said, hey, I can't, but this is a representative image. Do you like it? So there's a huge gap to fill. There's a gigantic gap that we need to fill in terms of what we need to deliver to people, as I mentioned earlier. Now, pretty much everybody wins or loses. And startups, as you know, very small percentage of actual success. Most fail in year one. Only 1% or less become unicorns. Ultimately, everyone dies. We forget that. Everyone dies. So you don't have that much time to really do stuff. A 100-year-old man lives for 36,500 days, all put together. That's not a lot of time. So I think when you're really looking into the space and you're looking at what you're trying to do, it's important to take care of your health, which we'll come to shortly, but also realize that what you want to achieve needs a lot of planning. This is what we do at Apollo Hospitals. We've done a bunch of stuff in the space. We have a division that does Apollo Research and Innovation, and it's just a vertical that now does multiple, I would say, startup incubations. We have a lot of clinical research going on. We have a lot of publications that come out of the hospital now. We're a large system. We're a private hospital, but we really have multiple verticals doing a lot of things. And I've been fortunate to be involved in some of these. And these are just some of the articles that I've written and some of the things which we do. On the top right, you see something which we do, which is interesting, which is do remote critical care. And on the bottom left, a similar picture of that. I bring this up because these are areas ripe for innovation. These are areas which really need to improve. And which I'll show in a very short slide shortly. There are some things we really need to get done to improve efficiency. Even now, my bandwidth when I'm looking at videos of patients around the world is not good enough. I don't have efficiency in looking at AV communication. When we can actually send probes to an asteroid and get it off course, why can't we fix these simple problems? I think they're probably not priorities for many people. And I also think perhaps business is on purpose delaying some solutions for commercial reasons. I'm not blaming them, but I think it's important that innovation jumps to the front line as soon as possible. This picture on the top right is what we did at our annual conference. We had a hackathon. We actually generated a lot of things. We, in fact, built some products which are now going into the market. And I think some of these things are of great interest to people because being in proximity to a health system, to a hospital, you can very quickly test ideas at the bedside, very quickly see if they work or don't work, and get the you can really run it by a lot of clinicians who are the ones who are going to be using it at the bedside. Now, is it really going to be valuable later in life? In other words, whatever we're building now in 30 years is going to be valuable. And there's India's age distribution. If you look at it, whatever you build now, is it going to be applicable in 30 years? Does it really make a difference to the life of a person who's going to be using this product down the line? So I think it's important that when startups are making things, you also think about the longevity of a product, not just about exiting the company. AI is here to stay. Let's accept it. I know all of us use it. I have been using it left, right, and center. AI has helped me make diagnoses. I saw a patient, this was one of those remote care patients I was looking at. Very weird presentation. I didn't know what it was. I thought it might be something. So I put the symptoms into the engine. It gave me a very nice short diagnostic list. I had not thought of two of those. One of them proved to be correct, where when we went back to the patient and asked the questions, we actually looked and said, you know what, this matches. So AI is going to be really an augmentation to what we already do. And I think AI is going to make our life easier, but it's going to need people. You can't do AI without people. So it's very important that we realize that AI is just a tool to help you do things. Earlier today, somebody sent me a beautiful WhatsApp video of somebody playing a Carnatic raga on a violin connected to an AI-enabled device which was playing it simultaneously. Amazing. Just think what else is coming down the line. It's up to us to use it very effectively. It is costly, and we'll have to figure out a way to solve that problem. COVID was a great teacher for all of us. It took a great toll on our collective emotion. Many of us lost loved ones. Many of us are still suffering from the effects of it. But we have forgotten. We've forgotten about masks. We've forgotten about hand washing. We've forgotten about all the side effects that can happen if you're not careful with respiratory illness. But at the same time, we also learned that there were amazing opportunities. Science evolved. We know how to handle things. We know how to make vaccines in months. So these are the kinds of things which, a challenge taught us. And startups should be challenging themselves every day. You need to be running at 100 miles per hour every day if you really want to achieve something. There is no time for complacency. And if you really look at this, Robin Sharma's book on Who Will Cry When You Die, if you think about that, truly speaking, what is the meaning of all the work we do? What is the meaning of all the things we are trying to achieve in life? I think a startup needs to really work backwards on where you want to be. The wonderful panel earlier was very encouraging to see students really be interested in entrepreneurship at such a young age. And I think that's the direction to go. The top right is a reminder to all of us to really take care of your health, preventive health wherever you are. Cardiac disease is a gigantic problem in India, as you know. And I would hazard to guess that there's about 2 people in this room who should get a coronary angiogram soon. I'm not even looking at you, but I'm just guessing it based on numbers. I think it's very important you focus on health. And if you work backwards from a healthy wellness kind of a perspective, you can actually do a lot. Unfortunately, there are many things which are problems. I'm just listing some of them there. I've been to camps where women still roll beedies and get cuts in their hands and get nicotine sickness. I've seen that there's a mental health pandemic. People who come to me with shortness of breath, half of them are short of breath because they're anxious about something. They're not able to talk to anybody. It's not a lung problem. I have people who have financial illiteracy who are either investing money into things they don't need or getting tests done and paying money thinking that an expensive test is a good test. I have people who have challenges because of distance, where I had a patient today come 6 hours for something that could have been fixed either online or by the local doctor because of lack of awareness that there's care available. I also think that, farmers actually have a lot of osteoarthritis, and they're a completely missed bunch of people where we don't even think of farmers having osteoarthritis. And of course, MDR infections abound. The mosquito there kills millions of people. About 800,000 people die from mosquitoes. We haven't solved that. So when startups are looking for solutions, the coolest, the greatest, the brightest, the fastest is definitely what we should look at. But let's not forget there are challenges which still need to be taken care of. And with your collective intellect, with the collective guidance you have from the institutions around you, I think we can solve that. So there is a wonderful Aitreya Brahmana, the Rig Veda has this, which says, Charaivate, Charaivate. It really means steadfastness is the persistence to remain on the path until the goal is reached. And it really says, keep moving forward. Do not give up because you're going to get honey in the end. So I think we need to stay ahead. We need to look at our deadlines, our grants, our ideas. It's very easy to lose track of the goal. And I think it's important for us to do our best to move forward. I think the question is, you need 1 million patients to get some things done, but the n equal to 1, does it help that one person? And sometimes, anyone know which planet that is on the right? Take a guess. Is it a water planet? Any takers? Neptune? No? It is the Earth, absolutely. So it's the Pacific Ocean. So you're looking at it from, you forget that most of it is water. And you have to take a different perspective sometimes. So my request to the audience, to the teachers here, the leaders here, and the people doing research is, please look at your startup, your idea, with a little different perspective of how can I make a difference? How can I solve some issues which are existing? So I'm going to stop there and just conclude with what our teachers used to tell us in medical college: what the mind does not know, the eye does not see, and the ear does not hear. So I'm going to pause that. And again, thank you so much. I know someone has to rush. My apologies for taking your time before you. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
First of all, I want to thank ISBA for giving me an opportunity to chair this wonderful session of very, very distinguished people. So a big hand to all the people who have assembled on the stage. And this is not a political clap, but a genuine clap to all of those people. Indeed, we are living in some of the most exciting times. And you have just had a very powerful speaker talk about the role of incubators and how an incubator plays such an important role in the growth of startups. We have been always talking about startups having valleys of death in their life cycle. And we need to see how to eliminate or bridge those valleys of death through the help of the incubators. But also incubators have valleys of death. And one of the biggest valleys of death is when the funding cycle stops from whichever is the grant giving agency at the end of 3 years or 5 years. All the incubators face a very horrendous situation where they wonder how am I going to keep this incubator going? And that's a big valley of death, because with that valley of death, all the supporting startups also fall in that valley. So it's very important for us to have a conference like ISWACon where we are deliberating on this particular aspect of how can incubators be successful, because an incubator is successful if the startups are successful, and the startups are successful if the incubator is successful. So there is a tremendous dependency on both incubators as well as startups together for us to be successful in the entire ecosystem. Now, the good news from my point of view is that we are one of the fastest growing startup ecosystems in the world. But to combine with that, we have one of the fastest growing economies of the world, because you need a fast growing economy to be able to support a growing startup ecosystem. And we are also living in a world where technology is making tremendous impact. Technology is changing the very face of the world that we all live in. It's changing the way you are experiencing the world on a daily basis. It's changing the way the world is experiencing you on a daily basis. And in this world of technology, of AI, of 3D printing, robotics, IoT, AR, VR, and so on and so forth, there is something that is coming to the fore. While we are the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, we are unfortunately not the third largest deep tech startup ecosystem in the world. We are sixth in the world, according to latest surveys and so on. So there is a gap between startups, the startup ecosystem that is happening, and deep tech startups that are coming up in India. And no other place in the world or no other country in the world has the opportunities as well as the challenges for deep tech startups. And so this particular session is, from my point of view, very interesting, and I'm really looking forward to the interaction with the three gentlemen on stage. I do think first, let's look at what is defined by a deep tech startup, and I'd like to start off with Praveen Roy-ji. How do you differentiate between deep tech startups and the normal startups, if at all there is a difference? Because that difference is blurring nowadays with all the advances of technology. But also, what is DST doing in order to foster innovation and deep tech startups and some of the initiatives that you are involved in?
Thank you, sir. As such, I'll just start. I'll just like to appreciate the vibrancy which has come in the auditorium now after the talk of Dr. Illa and after Mr. Ismail's introductions, and the sessions are at different pace and different benchmarking has been done. Hope the discussions also will be matching with the same standards. So I mean, when DST and other government departments started supporting startup ecosystem in the country, that time it was not very specific to what is to be developed. Whatever was coming, we were trying to support. We are trying to create the incubation centers in different academic setups and trying to support all the startups. We were getting a feedback from the incubation centers, from academic setups, like what is to be done, what kind of programs are required. And we were conceiving that kind of programs to support these startups so that whatever is their problems, the challenge that they face, government is there to support them either by the funding, mentoring, providing state-of-the-art infrastructure, labs. All these things were being built up for last couple of decades, maybe last 2 decades, this has been done. But after the launch of government's initiative of Startup India initiative, the things have changed drastically, the scale has changed now. And now we realize what we are trying to develop is developing in some particular cities, like maybe the state capitals or maybe the metros, and we are now making clusters of incubators. So whatever was required to develop the ecosystem in the country has already been done. Now we have to change the focus in a directional way where the technologies that we want to develop are done by the startups. The challenges which are faced in society, we come with the specific solutions for that. And now with this focus in this year itself, we started consultations in deep tech domain, like what is required, how it can be done by the department, what infrastructure facilities will be required, what kind of financial support will be required. And for this, again, like as we latch on our incubator network, we went for a brainstorming session in January this year and try to bring all the stakeholders in this domain and understand like what is to be done, what can be done by the government system. And the inputs are very constructive, and based on that, we are in a position to conceive some of the programs. And to start with, what we have done is like, we thought like the centers are already there. We did a preliminary survey of how many deep tech startups are being supported by this network. And in 2 days of survey of incubators which have been supported by DST, it came like around 1,000 incubators, startups in deep tech are already being supported. Deep tech policy is already in place, which is under approval in the government. And that says like around 10,000 startups are being deep tech in the deep tech domain are already there in the country. So with these things, like the facilities are there to some extent. And what we need to do is like what kind of scale of funding is required for them. What is the gestation period? Like naturally, as you said, like what is a deep tech startup? So what is the understanding, like apart from the technology domains, like we always say like AI, ML, all these technology domains will fall in deep tech. But apart from that also, the deep tech startup will be more focused on IP. The entrepreneur, if they are having the IP, the business is conceived around the IP which is owned by the entrepreneur, that will fall in the real deep tech domain. And with that understanding in mind, we have to just see like how our research labs, how our academic setups where research is going on, whether this research can be made and given a trajectory where this can commercialize, this can come as a product or a solution to the market, and it can be commercialized. So with that objective, we are now trying to see like the research which is more on publication based as of now in the country, how it can be more applied research, how it can be more translational research. And with this objectives, we are already having some of the centers, like in 2019, we launched a mission which was called National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems. Right? With this mission, we are already having 25 hubs in different academic setups, which are having this objective, like the research can be made translational research. And with this outcome of the research, we can conceive some startups. And it is glad to note, like till now, almost 600 startups are being supported through this path.
Excellent.
So this was the initiative which was launched by DST in 2019. Now, seeing the recent developments in quantum in the global scenario, government has already launched National Quantum Mission, and this is also led by Department of Science and Technology. And with we realized, like naturally, as I said, like the research will be the key focus where the outputs have to be commercialized and the products have to be brought to the market. So naturally, gestation period will be higher. Funding will be more patient funding will be required. And with that objective, the centers what we are planning now in quantum are having the funding is generous, very generous. Like the funding can go to 25 crores for the deep tech startups which are incubated in these hubs. We have already identified 4 hubs to be placed in across the country. And all the 4 domains in quantum computing, quantum communication, then sensing, and quantum materials. These 4 verticals have been identified, and these 4 hubs will be working on that and trying to see how the research in these domains can bring quantum-related startups in the market. So,
excellent.
Yeah, so this is the roadmap.
No, I think this was a very comprehensive answer, Praveenji. And it's very important for all the incubators to know that you have access to these capabilities through these initiatives, the cyber physical systems, as well as the centers of excellence that are being set up. And you are doing a lot to ensure that research that is happening in the research institutes is also getting translated into innovations. And that is where the startups can actually take that initiative and work together with these research institutes to create innovations that will be deep tech or that will create deep tech startups. You referred a very important point. In deep tech startups, there is a longer gestation period. And I think Dr. Ella also very profoundly expressed the need for us to think about how we are going to support startups in this. And so, Jitendra ji, you have been involved in one of the most important initiatives in the country with BIRAC and DBT. And we are all so very proud that India was an exporter of vaccine, not just they didn't import, they catered to the entire population, and we were one of the best managed countries in terms of the vaccine, not only the distribution, but also the implementation. But how is BIRAC and DBT addressing this long gestation period of a deep tech startup that you think we should be able to address, that everybody should know about, and what are the initiatives that BIRAC has taken to enable sustained development of a deep tech startup and a sustained support for them?
Okay, so deep tech startups, as Dr. Praveen Roy elucidated it very nicely, actually most of the R&D expenditure which is only 0.8% of GDP in India, is going to public research institutions. Private R&D is still missing. I mean, I won't say altogether it's not there, but still it's very, very less. So it means what? It means that if deep tech has to come, mostly, again I'm qualifying, mostly it should come from the public research institutions where deep money is actually public money is going. And 0.8% of GDP, let me say, is very, very less compared to the US or China, which is pumping around 3 to 4% of GDP, to the R&D. Having said that, even 0.8% of GDP, we have several laboratories, research institutions, etc., which are funded to undertake research. And when we talk about deep tech startup, it means that a lot of research has undergone into the concept, and now it has to be translated into entrepreneurial mechanism. So the startups that are from deep tech, mostly say biotech, for example, because I'm from that field, let me give some examples of deep tech, biotech startups, how we are actually trying to create those and how to sustain, as the question was put. So having said that, there is no mechanism as such to actually get these translated from the public research institutions to the startup or the industry. We are creating entrepreneurs in residence program, which is not a new concept. It has been there for a long time. But to put it to the government system itself is a huge challenge, as everybody might know, because of the bureaucracy, because of the policies, because of audit questions, etc. So, but still DBT has come out now, which is under approval, to create entrepreneurship in residence program. The concept is that entrepreneurs in residence would be recruited like research associates or postdoc, etc. And they will be working on technologies that are lying on shelf in different research labs along with the inventor, and then they will be incubated in the incubation centers that have been created over a period of time. Almost all the research institutions have incubation centers now, and then they will create a spin out a startup, and then the chain goes, and the BIRAC funding, etc., and STDB funding for seed fund, and then BIP CBRI, which is the next level of funding from BIRAC, and then even venture funding, which is ACE fund, which is created by BIRAC as alternate investment fund. We have 14 daughter funds, and these funds, they invest in these startups. So this is the full journey from ideation, deep tech, from the laboratories to the commercialization. We have covered almost all the aspects so far as far as DBT is concerned. However, what we see today is that most of these startups are stuck at the level of proof of concept, and they are not able to do pilot scale and commercial scale. The reason is, so far we have only done incubation center at a first level, but we have not been able to set up the GMP facilities, for example, clean rooms, pilot scale manufacturing, pilot scale fermenters, that we have not been able to set up in these institutions, in incubation centers. So next round of growth will come from that through BioE3 policy that we are trying to, it has been already launched, and BIRAC is the implementation partner. We are trying to set up biofoundries and biomanufacturing hubs in the entire country. And I think when these incubation centers mostly are already set up, these biofoundries and bioinnovation hubs can be actually implanted on these. So superstructures of innovation can be built. Having said that, still this scale up is not only the problem of the capacity. Then we don't have a scale up fund, the early stage venture funding. So for that ACE fund, as I said, BIRAC has set up a ACE fund of some 14 daughter funds, and we invest in the directly not to the startups, but to the fund, and the fund in turn spends or invest in the startup, and then they exit at certain points, etc. But still, it is only the limit is 7 or 8 crores, I think, which may not be sufficient. Right now, we are needing some 50 or 60 crore, 100 crore for a scale up, and maybe more than that. But early stage venture funding do not cater to these needs. I mean, they are more 500 crore, 1,000 crore, etc. So creating these early stage venture funding, and one example is Kitwin fund that Karnataka state has set up, and many states are trying to set up. I'm not a keen supporter of government setting up these venture funds, but at least I think it can set up an example and try to bring people together. The other connotation of the scale up, which is very important for deep tech to come into the scale up or to sustain it, is the laboratory space. Most of the incubation centers are limited by space now. So if a team comes or startup comes with 2-3 people, to start with, and then they are grown, they are 25 people, there is no space. I was in Bangalore Bioinnovation Center. I have experience in this sector for quite some time. I know that the space becomes limited, the affordability becomes limited. As Dr. Krishna Ella was saying, we hate people here because we charge the startups, we take rentals. It's true actually. Startups, if we have to promote, whether it's deep tech or normal startup, we need to create ambience for them, and at least during the time when they're struggling, we should be able to support. So deep tech startups are very, very important for our country, because next level of innovation can happen through that. One example that biotech has is a CRISPR-Cas technology, which is not innovated in India, but say, I'm giving an example of how this deep tech changes the whole field. So gene editing, for example, CRISPR-Cas, generated from Jennifer Doudna's lab, she has now 18 startups, deep tech startups emanating from this technology, and she's having royalty, and it has implications in almost all gene editing field or genetic manipulation field now. And it is regulation is still very easy here because we are not inserting a foreign gene. So after recombinant technology, this is one of the another deep tech technology that has come up. We want such technologies to actually come from India. And I think there may be many leads lying inside these public research institutions. We are sitting at the campus of CCMB IICT, I'm sure. And we need to identify these. We need to create a mechanism through which this can be translated into entrepreneurial mechanism, commercialized. And I think DBT has created mechanisms at each step, or even if it's not put up, we are working very closely to set up those institutional mechanisms so that deep tech startups come to the fore. I'm sure that DST and NSTTV are also doing the same. Deep tech startup policy has already been, I think it's going to be launched very soon.
Excellent. So I think big hand please. I think the important thing that I glean from what you're saying is there is a systematic linkage happening between what is happening in research areas in universities and how that is linked to an entrepreneur in residence type of program, which is seeing which of those could be applied. And then you're combining it with the startup ecosystem that has been set up in incubators and so on, so that they can move into a level of innovation and startup. And then you're looking at how you can scale it up further by setting up these biohubs as well as foundries and so on. Clearly, there has to be a path for larger amount of funding as the scope of the startups manifestation grows. And so you are putting all these linkages together, and that is what is going to be driving the deep tech startup ecosystem. Joginder ji, I'm particularly a big fan. I visited TWorks when it was being constructed, and I have not seen that. But I'm a particularly big fan of TWorks because we started this initiative in Atal Innovation Mission called Atal Tinkering Labs. And the Atal Tinkering Labs was exactly a very small, minuscule version of what you're doing in TWorks. And that is to get young students interested in tinkering with technology, with the hardware pieces, with the software pieces, with 3D printing, with robotics, with IoT, with miniaturized electronics, and so on and so forth. Can you share a little bit more about, I don't know how many of the people in this audience know about TWorks. So share a little bit about what TWorks does and how it is supporting hardware-based and hardware-focused startups. And then you can also share what TWorks is doing to promote deep tech startups and the sort of manufacturing prototyping capabilities that you bring to bear and help deep tech startups in.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, it's my privilege to be here. It's a very distinguished panel and distinguished audience, and thanks to Ismailji for that great introduction. So I would like to say that TWorks is known as India's largest prototyping center set up by the government of the new initiatives after joining. One of which is that we are actually working to become a manufacturing knowledge partner, in the sense that, like Jitendra sir also has just mentioned now, that there is a gap which comes in between development of a technology and commercialization of the technology. So I have myself seen that there are a number of academic institutions and scientific institutions that are developing good technologies, but they are not out there. Whereas, if you look at abroad, you will find that a number of these institutions have their own lab to market programs, where the technology developed is actually taken to market, and there are a number of successful entrepreneurs who were actually academicians in the past. So what I am trying to do now is that we want to bridge this gap, and by encouraging people to get into manufacturing. So it is not only about hardware, but manufacturing could also mean even this is also a physical device. So any physical object which we can get into manufacturing is what we are looking at in supporting. So one of the ways we are trying to do that is bridging the gap for technology transfer. So we are already in discussions with various academic institutions and scientific institutions, where they are developing the technologies, or there are startups there which are already working on the technologies from quite some time. In fact, I have also visited a wet lab and for biotechnology, but that is of course not in our domain right now. But wherever else there is a possibility that people need some practical support in order to take it to the market, that is where we are coming in. Another aspect is, apart from the maker culture efforts, which is part of TWorks and which we continue to encourage, we are also expanding beyond our building right now. So the idea is that we should not only be in Hyderabad, we should also be, say, throughout Telangana, so that people don't have to travel from rural areas to Hyderabad all the time to come and work on prototyping. I have seen a number of rural innovators who have wonderful ideas, but they don't know how to take it forward. So they come to our facility and we support them. Instead, we can go there also. And while we are doing all this, one of the biggest things I've realized is that there are a number of people in the country who want to manufacture, but they don't know what to manufacture. So that is the thing which we are looking at. So if there are people who have technologies where we can help them to take it to market, so we can provide the market access for the scientific institution or the startup by helping them to collaborate with actual manufacturers who have the capabilities, who have the capacity, but they don't have the new products to develop. So that is one of the ways we're looking at.
And related to this, I just wanted to understand, we have, I don't know, several thousand ITIs in this country. So is there any collaboration between TWorks and ITIs? Because they also have training and skill development, and they have manufacturing facilities and so on. Would you think that a model which embraces other institutions within a state would help, a collaborative model would help in all of this?
Definitely, sir. In fact, I personally believe in collaborative innovation. So one of the initiatives which we have taken also is that TWorks should become a center of excellence for manufacturing ITIs, where in the sense that ITIs can send their selected students to us for training on the higher end machines which we have available, and then we can also link them to industry. For example, one of the initiatives I've taken was helping in the formation of the Hyderabad Electronics Manufacturer Association, which is started from TWorks. And the concept is that the people that they require will be trained in TWorks so that they get some on-ground training. Okay. So we are working with all institutions.
Excellent, excellent. So I think this is something that all of us should be aware of, at least in Telangana, where TWorks is having its base, but how we can also replicate this model in other parts of the country, because that is where it's going to have maximum impact, and incubators and startups can also leverage all of this, right? So I come back to you, Praveenji. You mentioned two things which I think is important. One, you said access to government research is important in deep tech startups and the translation of that research. And the second part is, which I wanted to address to everybody, what role you see public-private partnerships playing in all of this? Because you pointed out a very important point, and that is only 0.8% of our GDP is being spent towards research. And another interesting fact is that in all the other countries, advanced countries or developed countries, we have almost anywhere between 4% to 8% of their GDP spent on research, but more than 70% of the research funding comes from private institutions. In India, more than 70% comes from government institutions. And that's a big lacuna in terms of private-public partnership. So what is your view on how to strengthen that, and what are the initiatives or incentives that DST is doing towards that?
Yes, sir. Great question, sir. And actually, like for the research part, like DST is the key department in India, like for the extramural research funding, which goes to the different academic setups and the research centers and labs. And when we were brainstorming in January this year for the deep tech startup infrastructure which is required to be supported from DST, we realized like the infrastructure which is required for the research part is already many things has already been done. Like the capabilities in the research centers, the equipments required, the high-end instruments required for testing, measuring, and generating reports. I mean, these are already there. Only the thing is that sharing should be very open to all who want to use it. The centers which have been created as Center of Excellence. We have portals like where these facilities are listed, like what kind of Sathi center is there, which is having high-end equipments, and startups are always allowed to use this facility. Only they have to book the slots, and so these facilities database is to be there where they can go and use, and pay and use facilities are already built. So we realize like no more much expenditures are required to create new facilities for the research part. That is already there. Only we have to synergize that and make some policies and structures and roadmaps how it can be used in proper way. Research parks have also been created in different academic setups. As you said, like how public-private partnership will be useful. In these research parks, industries are already having their R&D labs in the academic setups. And then how the academic setups can contribute in their R&D, and how the R&D team of industry which is required by the market can govern the research by the faculty and the research students. That is being done through the research parks, and these are also created in most of the previous institute. It is there. So the research part is well taken. When we were brainstorming, we also realized like what we have to focus is the pipeline which is going to come. Like we need a quality pipeline of deep tech startups, like who are having their IPs which can be commercialized, which can have products or processes which can be brought in market. And for that we started putting our efforts, and we are now having one joint program with GDC, IIT Madras, this cohort-based program where we'll try to make the induction of this cohort will be with the researchers, and we'll try to handhold them and try to see like how the research can be dovetailed for a more applied part of it, and the translation part can happen. So we have started focusing on the creation of the pipeline of the deep tech startups, and these cohorts are already launched. This was also part of 100 days target of the government. And so this is one of the example of public-private partnership which is now going to see the day of light, because this is Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Foundation, and 50% of this funding of this program, 6 cohorts are going to be launched, and 50% is being paid by the GDC center and 50% is paid by DST. So we try to pitch in the initial phase, because we thought like the infrastructure which is already there, the support mechanisms through the Center of Excellence, research parks, incubation centers, hubs are already there to support the startups which are in this domain. But we have to focus on the quality pipeline so that in future, after 2 or 3 years, the research can be now converted to more usable products. And this GDC program will be more focused on the customer discovery part. So the researchers will be just asked to go and interact with the customers, their industry partners, what they are requiring, and then try to change the direction of the research if it is required, so that they meet the industry requirements and the standards. So this is, and this public-private partners DST has been doing in past also, like we have partnered with Lockheed Martin, Intel, and many of the corporates. And we had very exciting programs in maybe last couple of decades. Like this Lockheed Martin program went for around 12 years. And this was IDI scouting program, and then deep tech startups also, I mean, IP-based startups also were churning out of these kind of programs. In almost a decade back, there was a fund also launched by DST in PPP mode, where IP-based startups were funded, and 6 startups, it was almost 10 years back, and 6 startups came out of it, and it was a partnership fund where 50% was given by DST, and 50% was given by NASCOM and IKP and Airtel and all. SIDBI was there. So this kind of pilot scale testing already has been done, right? And with this kind of knowledge, we are confident, like in future also we can bring this partnership to give good results in this domain.
Excellent. Yeah, and then I think it's very important. Yesterday this question was asked in the audience, and I also shared a perspective that, you know, many universities, almost every university focuses so much on placement. And so they work with many companies across the country to get them to come and hire their students, you know, as employees. But there's very little effort being done to draw these same companies to innovation and entrepreneurship and research related activities of the university. And there needs to be a proactive reach out from the universities to be able to attract companies and tell them what is happening in our startup ecosystem and the importance of deep tech startups that can come out of the university research, and thereby increase the funding sources from the private sector.
Yeah, correct. So research parks are almost on the same track, and they are doing their job in this domain, because when these companies are there in the campuses, like they direct the research which is required by the.
So coming to you, Jitendra ji, you know, biotech research is somewhat different in terms of the requirements. One is there is tremendous compliance requirements, and one of the gestation period is because you want to make sure that they comply. And especially if biotech startups want to address the global market, they need to be globally compliant. So what are the initiatives being taken by BIRAC to enable this global compliance requirement, as well as any global collaborations that help you in being able to address this particular challenge?
The regulatory compliance is one of the most important hurdle, an enabler also, but hurdle because sometimes it may become very, very cumbersome, and enabler because it's required for the sector to grow. Because if you suppose talk about genetic engineered crops, we know what the fate has been. I mean, it is under cold shell still. There may be some progress in genetic engineered mustard, which has been given some kind of field trials permission. But actually for food crops, we still have not been able to overcome that. So then how the startup will come here? Why the industry will play a role here? Because they know the field is regulatory, that Krishna Allah told, no, that if the regulatory hurdle is there, no investor, nothing will happen. So regulatory compliances has a huge role to play in innovation, and it is different for different sectors. I talked about genetic engineering, but same thing may apply to food for example, food sector. Similar maybe in the industrial sector or cell and gene therapy, cancer, and so many other fields. BIRAC is not a body to actually create, we are not regulators as such. Regulator is a CDSCO. But then we realize this problem, and as a stakeholder in this major stakeholder and enabler, we thought that what we can do. So we have created a body within BIRAC, which is regulatory and public policy, public advocacy group, which caters to the need of this whole regulatory compliances and other things. So what we do here, mechanism is that we talk to the startup who is facing the problem. This is a first hub we do every month actually, and the startups, and we request or invite members from CDSU, the regulator, and to talk to each other, and especially we are also there to mediate and see where the regulatory challenges are there and how it can be solved. So this is one. Second is that to create awareness among startups and industries also, because sometimes these are unfounded also. It's not that all the regulatory challenges that you keep on hearing is actually has some solid basis. Sometimes what happens is they are not aware of what are the regulatory pathways, and for that we need to educate them. So we create these sessions across India where regulatory challenges, etc., how to overcome that, and we call CDSCO people also. I have observed that some of these startups are misguided by some consultants, etc., to milk money. They will say, no, this you do, blah, blah, all these things, and it may not be required. So these are some of the issues I'm flagging, because these are something that I am observing. The other thing that we are trying to do is to create policy papers or papers where regulatory pathways can be elucidated very nicely. For example, biosimilars. DBT has come up with biosimilars, guidelines, and along with CDSC, etc. So, functional foods, for example, cell and gene therapy. So, as the technology is emerging, new and new fields are emerging. It is very, very understandable that the present guidelines may not be able to cater to these fields. For example, AI. How do you actually handle this in the regulatory framework? So, what BIRAC is trying to do is we have subcategorized the whole field, life sciences area and biotechnology, and we have tried to set up a team to look into it and create a white paper, policy paper, and directly we are in touch with CDSU to give them all the inputs. And we also hold industry stakeholders meet very often. For example, while formulating this BioE3 policy, we had consulted 100 times, maybe more than that, the various groups, various cell and gene therapy, functional foods, industrial biotechnology, agricultural biotechnology, and all, and took the inputs from the industry also, because that is we have to take inputs from the industry to create this framework. And I think it's very, very successful program, and implementation has to happen definitely. And so those steps are being taken proactively. And what I invite, or what I request from the incubation managers and industry partners is to contact or always be in touch of the government also. Write mails. So, for example, people are very quick to say that government is not doing this, then, but when we actually send these policy papers for public review on websites, we get very few responses. That is so why people are not forthcoming and participating. It's not only criticizing, but you have to also participate and see, okay, these are the problems we are facing. Let us, do this and that and all that.
So I think you brought a very important point, and that is, can a forum like this, like ISBA, take leadership in ensuring that as an outcome of such conferences or during the course of a year, we are coming up with a very concrete set of policy recommendations on a collective basis, which is vertical. They can be, incubators, deep tech startups from a DST point of view, or from a BIRAC point of view, or even from a hardware point of view, and come up with, because this is the forum where you know what policy is inhibiting you from further progress. And therefore, an outcome of this should be a set of policies that is coming up every year so that we can continuously improve. And I know we are running short of time, so we'd love to have this conversation going. But one last question to you, Joginder. India is placing so much importance today on manufacturing, make in India. And there are many incentives like the PLI and so on and so forth, which is happening. What do you think? But startups, it's not enough for them to prototype and come up with a minimum viable product. The ability for them to scale their manufacturing is so very important. Are we geared up for it at all, number one? And what role industry has in addressing this challenge? If we can quickly address that, because I think many startups that I know, they get stuck up at that point where they're not able to scale their manufacturing.
Thank you. There are 3 quick points for this. First of all, the government is doing enough for manufacturing, but many startups are not aware. There are a number of good MSME schemes which they are not aware also. For example, there are subsidies available for women entrepreneurs. There are special zones where people can set up manufacturing plants. In fact, in some cases, there is even buying policies. For example, if you make something which is on the GEM portal and it is actually you are import substituting some other component which is being imported right now, so you get preference. But many startups are not aware of this actually. So this is one of the things we are also trying to do now is educate startups about the manufacturing and MSME policies of the government. Then the second point is that startups need access to more funding. And for that, our VCs actually, which I also personally know, our VCs are more focused on scalable asset-light models. Unfortunately, for manufacturing, you cannot have a scalable asset-light model. So one of the things here is that we need to encourage more hardware-focused VCs to either be originating from India or come from abroad. So that is also one of the things we are looking at. And the third point, of course, is that startups need to tie up with industries. You know, bigger industries should play the role of a big brother or a big sister, so that they can encourage and incubate startups from within them to do more manufacturing. And this can also be done very well by PSUs actually, because PSUs have the funds for this, and they also have the ability to sustain startups for a longer period of time. So, thank you.
Great. So I do also want to recommend to ISBA, based upon this conversation we have had, that you should have quite a few industry leaders attending this conference and listening to the issues that are there and how they can support. Because without that support and without that collaboration and integration, it's going to be very difficult for a startup ecosystem to really make impact. So I just want to end on this note. The importance of deep tech startups and the need for deep tech startups is very high, because as Dr. Ella said, there is innovation only when there is demand. And when we are a country of 1 billion people, and I often say this, with 1 million challenges. But the million challenges are 1 million opportunities for us to have deep tech startups address some of those challenges and the other startups address the others. And that is the opportunity. And I just want you to give one word of advice or last suggestion to all the incubators, if you would like to share something. On an encouraging note.
So, already all are very motivated, and you have seen the impact that they have created. So, I mean, the future is collaboration, as already said, and the PPP is the thing which is going to survive, and that is to be brought. I mean, I have seen Mr. Mittal, like any proposal which was coming in PPP mode, before listening to the proposal, he was saying it is okay, we are there. So this is the domain, like what we have to do now. Because see, 50% when private is taking that risk and they are coming, so government thinks like that due diligence part, the execution part, the quality, the professional standards will be met. And in that case, the approval process, internal process are very fast. So next future roadmap should be totally focused on PPP, and also like national research of NRF, like research foundation has already been launched and on the way. So 70% investment is expected to come from industry and private partners for the research in the country.
On encouraging note, definitely government's PLI scheme is very, very important to actually, spur manufacturing in India and lower down the cost of manufacturing. I think in addition, I think electricity cost and logistics cost has to also be taken care of so that we can beat China. Electricity cost has long history. I mean, we are part of non-proliferation treaty, etc. You cannot get electricity from the nuclear power. There's so many things which cannot be discussed at this forum. But all I'm trying to say is that alternate energy and Gati Shakti Yojana that government has put up. So these two things are very, very powerful to actually take our country to the next step. Second is the public participation. BIRAC has a very good experience in attracting the private money. For example, BIPP and SIBRI, that schemes many of you might be knowing, mandates private or applicant also to put money. So 50% we put 5 crores, you put 5 crores, so 10 crores. So that has not been quantified. That has increased the private participation of R&D. And triple helix model, which Dr. Praveen has already talked about, is research parks where we are building the cold shells, etc., or incubation centers, and a private startup is coming, and actually they are doing internal fittings, and also they are also spending money and they are paying rent. So definitely it's also maybe the part of that whole public participation. So I think these are important points.
Yeah, thank you. So I would once again thanking the distinguished audience and the panelists for this opportunity to be here. And I would just like to say that at TWorks, we don't want to work in isolation. So there are a number of amazing incubators here, and some of you have visited TWorks yesterday. So I would be very glad if you could please keep me in mind and please keep TWorks in mind and reach out to us so that we can work together on enabling the startup revolution in India to take forward more. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
With a great sense of pride and enthusiasm, I, Sagar Anshur, from Center of Incubation and Business Acceleration, and along with me,
I'm Gladys Nair from I Create Ahmedabad and also a proud governing body of ISBA.
And we both of them welcome you all to India's prestigious and the biggest gathering of startup incubators, ISBACon 2024.
This particular ISBA, if you look at today's context of India's vision in promoting startups and entrepreneurial ecosystem, I think ISBA has a very important role to play. As previously the host was telling us about, growth, as in biology, requires networking. Networking, in my opinion, is the most key aspect for the success of any startup, and also the incubators. Even incubators are startups in a way. And with so many incubators in the country today, it's very important to exchange our, to have a network like ISBA and look at, because each incubator has its own experience and own way of doing things, because all said and done, it's a complex game. Trying to promote the startups and then trying to get money and making sure that they get investments and all that. This is a good game. But at the same time, all incubators are not equally efficient at doing it. So an organization, an association like this will be extremely useful for people to exchange notes, exchange the experiences, share the playbook. It's very important. In my opinion, we should have these kind of associations meet more often, or maybe do a lot of satellite events so that the incubators become more efficient in translating the startup's vision into reality.
We also have a special occasion today, a special welcome to Professor Lee, President of the Asian Association of Business Incubators, and the delegates representing Asian countries with whom ISBA is proud to collaborate with ABI. We have about 18 to 20 delegates from different Asian countries who have been participating in this conference. Each incubation center, if you take that, they're supporting 20 startups on an average, right? 3,000 startups have been represented here. This is the power of this particular conference, and each of them with a mindset. You can see that few of them are very happy, but always all these incubation professionals, they're carrying something in their mind, what next?
So I strongly believe that incubators are the extended arm of the nation, right? Whether it is the state government or the central government, we are the nation builders. We are contributing the smallest bit that we can do for the country.
The incubation, not many people understand, is a very deep phenomena or a very deep mechanism or very deep institution which has to be nurtured, and especially our country should nurture. Countries who have grown or they have led or they have become prosperous, they have always focused on innovation.
I hope this kind of conferences and networking platform will give a lot of opportunity for all the incubators and the startups to prosper.
I don't know, many of you know what CDFT is. It's a Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics. It's one of the premier research institutions under the BRIC Council in the DBT under the Ministry of Science and Technology. In addition to doing cutting-edge research, we also are one of the nodal organizations in the country to provide services on DNA fingerprinting and diagnostics, which puts us in a very unique place of combining technology, incubation, startups, and research to groom startups which have direct societal impact, be it therapeutics or diagnostics or even method development.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this wonderful occasion, we are also going to officially release the Guess India 2023 report. And for that, I would like to invite Mr. Puran Singh, who is the author of the Guess India 2023 report, on stage.
We are now excited to announce the signing of several important MOUs today. Marking a significant step forward for ISBA, these agreements represent our commitment to fostering collaboration, innovation, and growth within our vibrant ecosystem. Together, we are paving the way for new opportunities and strengthening our partnership for a brighter future.
As we celebrate a significant milestone, the 20th anniversary of ISBA, we reflect on the 2 decades of innovation, collaboration, and growth in the vibrant ecosystem. This year, we proudly present ISBA at 20, a comprehensive compiler of the journey, achievements, and the invaluable contribution of incubators and ecosystem enablers. I would request the team to play a short AV on the 20 years journey of ISBA.
We had keen interest in helping startups, so that if we are talking of Viksit Bharat 2047, I think this is the time where we look at startups now, which become SME or MSME very soon. Otherwise, the dream of the country of Viksit Bharat is not possible. In that context, we were keen to be part of this organization and join hands with ISBA.
In recognizing our incubator professionals and ecosystem enablers, we acknowledge the driving force that has propelled countless startups towards success. Your commitment, expertise, and passion have been instrumental in shaping the future of entrepreneurship in our region. Join us as we celebrate this remarkable journey, honor those who have contributed to our success. I would request our special guest, Dr. Vinay Mandakuri, Director, CCMB, to kindly felicitate Dr. Rao for this amazing accomplishment. Distinguished people amongst us who has been always the guiding. We are honored to have such an amazing people amongst us.
Innovations are vital for our country's growth. Again, as a previous speaker said, this is very, very important for our country's growth as well. So I was told that India is the 3rd largest startup ecosystem. So after US and China, of course, our country is a home to some of the most innovative companies. So of course, there are several sectors, including education, agri-tech, and health tech, and everywhere.
Now, if I really want to do something and I want to come up with, try my idea. As a student, I realized that I really don't want to do classical path of postdoc and want to test out something different, be an entrepreneur. There is a scope, there is a place, there is an opportunity, and also there is a way, very clearly defined way. It doesn't look that bad. I mean, you know what to do. You know where to get funding from. And you have people like Jitender ji and Praveen ji and many others who are kind of guiding lights, and ISBA, all of you are guiding lights for those young people who are looking to figure out how to swim through this entrepreneurial startup system.
Thank you all for being here in this auditorium to look forward for the great agenda that we have in front of us. Thank you one and all for this wonderful gathering. Thank you very much.
At least 10% of my incubatees are successful as a venture. I get the best out of it. You can put a successful model. What is the success? What do you get for that benefit for them? Please keep in mind, you are the major pillar right now. You are the instrumental for this country, that you can create what can be done for the country through startup, through government, through society. A problem is there in a society. Ask that problem taken by a startup. You need to create a common people to get trust in our Indian science and technology.
Indeed, we are living in some of the most exciting times. And you've just had a very powerful speaker talk about the role of incubators and how an incubator plays such an important role in the growth of startups.
And in 2 days of survey of incubators which have been supported by DST, it came like around 1,000 incubators, startups in deep tech are already being supported. Deep tech policy is already in place, which is under approval in the government. And that says like around 10,000 startups are being deep tech in the deep tech domain are already there in the country.
When we talk about deep tech startup, it means that a lot of research has undergone into the concept, and now it has to be translated into entrepreneurial mechanism.
There is a gap which comes in between development of a technology and commercialization of the technology. So I have myself seen that there are a number of academic institutions and scientific institutions that are developing good technologies, but they are not out there. Whereas, if you look at abroad, you will find that a number of these institutions have their own lab to market programs where the technology developed is actually taken to market, and there are a number of successful entrepreneurs who were actually academicians in the past.
I'm very grateful that ISBACon is happening here. Please do let us know what are the other areas where progress has been made elsewhere. We have not really paid enough attention to that. We'll be happy to modify our policy, bring new guidelines, bring new policies, etc. We'll be happy to learn from everyone. And if there is any possibility in which you think that you can collaborate in making Hyderabad, whatever we have done is already, in my opinion, we have kind of stolen a march over everyone else. But if something else is also great, which can help us improve our game, we are always willing to do all that. So,
hello everyone, I'm Kasturi, a program manager at AIC, and also the session manager for the fireside chat, which is coming up next, building ecosystems of the future.
Definitely, it helps, the investor community to be in touch with some of the startups through the incubators. But a lot of times it could be most of the events that are conducted as panel discussions or pitching events, which are like one of the events that happens. But for investing community to make a decision, it takes more than that one interaction.
Most people outside of the incubator ecosystem think of incubators as almost just co-working space plus, and that doesn't work. We have to do more. It has to be, how are we helping startups to scale? And I think you have to think about my viewpoint, right? When I ran IIIT or when I ran T-Hub, or even now that I'm doing Bio, which is my new venture studio that I'll talk about, every single one of those we approached from a startup mindset. We preach it to our portfolio companies, we preach it to our startups. Do we follow that ourselves? I think we need to.
So this is an important topic. Corporate incubator linkages, when we look at, there are several factors that impact the performance of startups in the incubation environment. Startups, as they grow in their product development to market launch journey, one of the important missing links is the validation support to enter into the market. Once the product is validated, subsequently it also be nurtured further to get launched and also commercialize the technologies. And so these requires some focused efforts both from the incubators and also the startups to get launched as soon as possible.
Yes, I think banks have come a long way as far as startup is concerned, because for a very long time, the banks were a little hesitant in getting into the startup space because of the fact that we saw startup space as little, little on the risky side. So therefore, banks were a little hesitant over there. But then again, of late, we have been seeing a lot of banks coming up and trying to provide different type of solutions to the challenges what startups are facing.
When you look at companies like Thermo Fisher Scientific in the life science industry, you know that the breadth of portfolio today, Dr. Jayesh Ranjan is also covering. So we have multiple verticals, multiple divisions, multiple products. The breadth of the portfolio, you can count on Thermo Fisher Scientific. However, when you look at a startup, so you have an idea, you have an incubator, you have access to this, and now you have got an ecosystem also to support you. All of that can actually be accessed through a grown-up company like ours.
Any idea, if we have to validate, we have an in-house domain expert available with us. So right from the stage of idea validation to their commercialization, our incubation center extends end-to-end hand-holding support. Whatever are their infrastructure requirements, whatever are their marketing support requirement, even funding support requirement, our team of board of directors of Magic is very passionate. Like even before we got any government funding or government recognition, for the first 4 years, our board members contributed all the expenses of the incubation center at their personal level and at their CSR level. So any need of startup is met through the board members and the extended members of the chamber, and chamber supports wherever we need any kind of support for the incubation center.
And there are two questions which we need to answer. What in your experience has been the internationalization support which you have provided to the incubators? That's one question. The second is the same question, but the word incubator gets replaced by startups. So these are, one is what is that you have done in supporting incubators. Number two, what you have done for supporting startups. So these are the two questions which we need to answer. And if you would like to give any tip, any special tip to all the incubator managers here as to how they can go for internationalization.
The first thing that we did was actually try and see which are these organizations, are these corporates, are these philanthropies who would provide funds. And Gates Foundation from Seattle, they provided us the first Grand Challenges fund in India. And now Grand Challenges is so commonplace. Everyone runs Grand Challenges. Very lucky to say that, very proud and very privileged to say that IKP was the first organization that received an implementation funding from the Gates Foundation to set up Grand Challenges for early stage health.
One of our programs is on science-based entrepreneurship, and what we do there is work with early stage startups or also researchers who are interested in going to the market with their idea, with incubators at higher education and research institutions, and we also do a bit of background policy work for the policy advisors. Our approach for bringing together all of these is connecting them through the incubator ecosystems in both the countries.
The local network on incubators ecosystem in Thailand, we have around 40 members at the moment. So if any of our peer professional here would like to connect with us, please connect to Thai BizSpa. And also I represent also the immediate past president of RB, which is the Asian Association of Business Incubator, which also ISBA is the member.
We have a number of catapults, in particular in very, very specific areas. And then we have a brilliant organisation called Innovate UK, which is as well as supporting startups in the UK in terms of their journey. A big focus on Innovate UK is also international collaboration. And we have another strong example of where Innovate UK work with India, and this one is actually with Hyderabad.
For the international linkage, for the target, one is the BI, and the other one incubator, and the other one is the startups. I want to tell you based on my true story, case study. Actually, I'm doing the director of the startup foundation in the Dongguk University in Seoul. So with that, I want to tell you several things.
In a closed environment.
For
India to achieve the next level of growth, our students, our youth has to enterprise. I think that is something that we agree on. Now, we have to understand whether our students are thinking about entrepreneurship, whether they are engaging in entrepreneurship. And this is what we are trying to answer in this report.
Certain youngsters getting felicitated, getting clapped on LinkedIn or Instagram, right? And that's a very powerful message for them. So, those kind of icons have always been there. Steve Jobs have always been there. So has been Bill Gates.
What we got was people who were good performers, but not necessarily chasing after grades. They were one who were trying to think differently, do different things, and were willing to take a bit of risk. I mean, coming to a campus which is not even ready, coming to a place which doesn't have a history of education meant that people came with that spirit. And I think that was one of the reasons we had such a good output in a short period of time. So I would add on to it that incubators, ISCs, funding schemes have encouraged, because our number of students which have come afterwards into the incubation and startup is increased.
We now have a keynote address by Dr. Sai Praveen Haranath.
Today's keynote is really to kind of share a perspective that I have from the bedside, but also a perspective that I see from my interest in research. When we are talking about startups, when we're talking about research, when we're talking about entrepreneurship, is not to forget that at the end of the line for all of this is a patient in the healthcare perspective.
What I have seen that we used to think initially 5 to 10 infections, if you have essays for that, you are covering majority of diseases.
My message to all of you, I always bring positivity. That always breakthrough never happens in metros. It also comes in other cities.
What we are dealing with is whatever varieties through genetic engineering that we are developing, or through crossbreeding, or multiple other new breeding techniques. I would just name like in a single word. I would say we are trying to disseminate those technologies through PPP.
You can bring out some good and promising technologies, but breakthroughs are not going to happen every day. For breakthroughs won't happen in vacuum. You have to plan and you have to sustain them for long periods.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
This is the 16th conference, and we started in a small way with 25-30 incubators across the country as an association. But over a period of 2 decades, this association has grown. An association, right, will negotiate with the government, will try to do with the government. But as an incubation center, 20 years before when we started this association, where a few of us are still continuing, right, Bala, myself, and others are the founding members of this association, we found Mr. Mittal has been representing the government, but has been so supportive to us in forming the association and to have the bylaws and how to take it forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suresh, for explaining about the ISBAC journey and how the team has been working collaboratively.
I feel that if you had a superpower, does not really translate, because for me, I feel like there is the superpower which exists when you're part of such an ecosystem, which is so inclusive. And you have everybody who's talking about collaboration, who's not just talking about it, but also doing it. And like Vijay mentioned, collaboration is the new competition. That kind of really resonates well. And I'm right now heading the incubator, SPTBI, as part of the Bharati Vidya Bhavans in Mumbai. And I'm looking at amazing work being done in the startup ecosystem, and very happy to be part of this community and doing my part.
Team ke baare mein someone spoke about team. Everyone is working in a team, or we work in silos? Sabki team hai? Do you believe in teamwork? We believe. Is team important? Together we swim and sing together. Huh? We do. So why team is important?
I see a lot of hands going up. So this is what my desk does at T-Hub. We help you save some time, some energy, and some cost by giving you the right person who could help you with the requirement you have. So for example, when you first wanted to start a company, the basic thing you wanted to do was register your company, right? How many of you found it very, very difficult to find the right person at the right cost?
Open innovation is something you tap onto external networks of startups or various incubators like us, or industry bodies, and for that matter, even governments when you co-create something.
We are dealing with public money. We have to be mindful what we are doing. And something which we have to ask our question, what we believe in sign, whatever money you are getting, this is some kind of a taxpayer's money. You have to be mindful when you are using those money.
My name is James Kwang-geun Lee. Actually, I'm the professor of Dongguk University. My major is the food science technology. But since 2007 until now, over 17 years, I have worked on the startup support. So right now, since this year, I have been working as the president of AABI, as well as the KOBIA, Korean Business Incubation Association. I have worked president from the 2002. And now I'm definitely declare it's time to change, to take the lead in terms of the business incubation model as well as a startup. So today, after watching a lot of you joining this ceremony, I'm very assuring in the future, our time is coming up.
One of the things that we at T-Hub believe is the collaboration, right? Global collaboration. In fact, I've always been talking about the fact that we are not solving local problems. Every problem that we pick and take and try to solve are global in nature. So the mindsets of startups and possibly the mindsets of incubators also need to be global. It doesn't matter where you are set up and how you are, what kind of focus you are driving.
Welcome to the era of AI. So I'm deeply honored to take this opportunity to keynote this session, particularly because this is a very, very exciting era, very transformative. And I'm not talking from the perspective of the technologies, because I'm not, but I'm talking from the perspective of a user and a business practitioner, and how AI, how do we view AI to be in the coming future?
I'm a director of the Thai Business Incubators and Science Parks Association in Thailand. So the organization is a nonprofit, and we are a national network of business incubators and science parks. So we were founded 15 years ago in order to gather a strong community of those who operate incubators and science parks. From then, we have our strong missions to build a good human capital for the industry, business incubation industry, and also to leverage the strong network that we have. We not only work domestically, and that's why we also joined the International Association to make sure that Thai BizPa could be a gateway to connect our incubators and our startups around the world. As the association, we are building the awareness of those who work in the incubators, because they might know that AI is coming or AI is in the business now, but as they are grooming the startups, not many of them know what to do with AI, not even for their work, not even for startups. So that's something we are trying very hard to build up the awareness around it.
Talk about
digital adoption for SMEs. So how do you foresee the opportunity for artificial intelligence adoption?
Actually, it's a very challenging task. It's very challenging times for all the incubators as well. So at this point of time, I'll give you a statistic. Out of the 100 proposals that we get, AI is such a hyped work that almost 80% of those decks have AI or machine learning as a word embedded into those decks.
We have to upskill ourselves, improve our knowledge on AI, and disseminate this information not just to the incubatee, but also to the market in general. Because the incubation manager or the incubation team actually connects the incubatee with the market. So if the market is not ready, then we have a disconnection.
We have been working to support our startups by pulling up the data on the global market opportunities, right? But when in the old time, we have to look for the published market statistics from a certain brand, a certain company that they do market survey. But right now, in order to get going faster, I think AI helps accumulate those kind of data and pinpoint which market you should go first. And even more, what kind of compliance you need to be prepared. When you go penetrate the new market, it's not just you export your product there and then it boom, it works.
At today's event, we have brought together a diverse group of professionals, incubators from our communities, and the discussions we have had today would definitely shed light on ARBI's future developments as we enter into the AI era and embrace AI and collaborate and bring about another momentum for ARBI's development journey. Thank you again. I look forward to seeing you all in person soon at future ARBI events. Bye for now.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
So honored to be here. I want to tell you the history because we are one of the earliest biotech company in the country. After Shanta Biotech, we are the second one in the country with biotech company. So I've seen this transition of biotechnology, what happens, and I will tell you my story of biotech park and incubator concept way back in 1994. Many people doesn't know, a lot of them retired. A lot of them died also. A lot of them still doesn't know what happened behind the game of all these things. When I was I'm alma mater from University of Wisconsin-Madison. I saw their incubator and their biotech park was one of the successful projects in the US. So I met the chancellor, University of Wisconsin. I said, we need to do something in India like that. And I said that, okay, we are ready. So we signed an MOU. As an individual, no company, I signed. And we partnered with the University of Wisconsin Chancellor and all that. There's a time the Honorable N.T. Ramarao was supposed to come to Chicago for a meeting. We didn't make it, we left it off. In 1994, Honorable Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha came to a UN meeting in New York. So I went with laptop, I gave a presentation to him, how the biotech park can catalyze growth of India's growth. So I told him, he asked me simple, you listen to almost 30 minutes. You see how leaders are very powerful. It's a very good example. You listen to all 30 minutes. Krishna, what do you want? I know you want land for biotech park. Simple question. Land, central government cannot give. Only state government can give. So I was a fool, wasting all my time to think, giving a brief on the whole biotech park. Such a sharp answer. Then he said immediately, he told his PS secretary, Krishnamurthy, was there. He told Krishnamurthy, get Dr. Krishna L.R. introduced to Manju Sharma and DBT, secretary, that time. So I came, after 3-4 months, I came to India, started 95 sometime, and met the Manju Sharma. I said, Biotech Park should come. And she's alive, so I think you can ask her also. So you can ask her what the story of 95. Then she said, again, I cannot give a land, I don't have any land. So I could put a policy, but land has to be given by state. So then I went to Bangalore. In Bangalore, I'm an alma mater from the agriculture student, from the University of Agricultural Science, Bangalore. So I'm not a vaccine guy, I'm not an immunology guy, I'm basically an agriculture graduate. So I went to the University of Agricultural Science, we signed an agreement with US Bangalore to set up Biotech Park. And then we went to Chief Minister, that time R.B. Patel or someone, Patel was the Chief Minister. In the afternoon, he was not in a good mood. I mean, he was fully in a good intoxication by afternoon. He said, I don't understand what is biotechnology and all bullshit get lost. Okay, over. So University of Agricultural Science, we respect the Secretary, Director of Agriculture, Minister, all policies to put everything in Bangalore. And almost Biotech Park allotment land is allotted in the Agriculture University, both incubator and the Agriculture University. Suddenly controversy started. The agricultural land is given off to people. Controversy started. And the controversy started, then okay, said, this is not going to happen now. Let me get off. I set up a Bharat Biotech company. I said, if I'm going to go in this board, I'm going to be bankrupt, I'm going to be jobless. So let's set up into Bharat Biotech, and I set up in 97, 96, 97. 97 set up a Bharat Biotech. Happened to land in Hyderabad, which I'm not from this place. I'm originally from Chennai. So I landed here, set up Bharat Biotech. 99, me and Vasi Reddy, Vimtala, who's there here in alive. Now he's there, Vimtala, Vasi Reddy lab. Vimtala and me, we both went to Andhra Pradesh Assembly. We gave a talk on how Biotech Park should come up in Hyderabad, how Genome Valley should come up. 99, with Devendra Gaur was the revenue minister, and once I think Sridhar was the revenue secretary. And so we gave in the assembly presentation, Biotech Park. Devendra Gaur was very kind enough. He said he liked it. He said, we want to Charlapalli, we want to propose in Charlapalli, this part of the city. He said, no, I want to do it in my constituency. My constituency is where Thorokapalli, where Genome Valley is there. I want you to set up there. That is where we can go. I mean, the history is later. Then Chandrababu Naidu appointed me as a sort of advisor how to build Genome Valley. I acknowledged Sheila Bedi at that time, Acharya, who was also instrumental in coming out the incubator in Hyderabad, Genome Valley. So we proposed the entire Genome Valley cluster should come up and all that. But I was busy with Bharat Biotech, so then Sheila, Shapoorji Palaji took over the Biotech Park, which I said, I don't want to get into infrastructure, let me get off, because everything is scheduled, the projects. So got off. We set up that one. I think today now you see the history of Genome Valley, how 94 started the concept, how we built the whole thing. And thanks to Dr. Bond, who was there as a secretary, he's a good friend of mine. And he was also a partner in our rotavirus project for the last 23 years. From 99 onwards, we were a partner on the rotavirus project. So he said, I told him, why is the startups are not happening in this country? That is way back when he just took over as a secretary. I said, you treat us as an enemy. The startups, private entrepreneurship is treated like enemy. Governments are sanctity. They're all, like a Brahmins and we're all Shudras. Startups. That is not right for the country. You need to build the culture of startups in this country. So that's how we work with NIH to promote SBR grant, R01 grant type things. We build that concept with the Bond's mind. And I position that to build that SBR grant concept. That is how the startup can fund. Then he said, the DPT cannot do it, the private funding. Let's set up a new venture, new mechanism how to fund this startup, because the DPT cannot fund directly, because we get into controversy. So that's how the BIRAC started existing. And they put it, BIRAC, and created the whole structure of a startup. And I think, today country has done extremely well in setting up a startup culture and incubators. And I think many are incubators here. And I think, the incubators, what I would envisage for the today and the future. My friend is here. So what is the future can be created? I think startup is going to be key for the innovation of the world. You look at US, Europe, who creates innovation? It's not the multinational. No multinational creates innovation in the world. They have perception. You have perception that multinationals don't create. They have too much cash. When you have too much cash, no innovation will come out. A starving fund only can come out with innovation. And only startup can do that innovation culture. The startups are acquired afterwards over the mergers and acquisition happens. And in the process, that's how you build the innovation culture. The problem, what we see in India right now, that I've seen in the last, so many committees and watching all that, what is happening. The startups are also facing a problem. Incubators are also facing a problem. Incubators have become more like a real estate model, which is not good. And I think these real estate models should be, if it goes, and I think, see, how do you build, you need to.
One thing, all incubators managers should look at it. At least 10% of my incubatees are successful as a venture. I get the best out of it. You can put a successful model. What is the success? What do you get for that benefit for them? You can create that, not a problem. Okay, sorry. You can create a model, what in a successful startup, after, you made some 100 crores revenue, what you want to be shared to the incubators, you can put a structure. But the problem, what we are seeing is, how do I get rent immediately, day one? So that model is not right, because you're still treating in a startup as the leaseholder or renter, renting a building, which I think you need to change mindset. Please keep in mind, any startup successful, every one of you as a manager, incubator's manager, okay, their children, your children are going to be too entrepreneur tomorrow. Keep that in mind. If you don't create that policy issues right from the day one, we have a mental problem in India. Somebody makes money, we become jealous. Some scientist, he published some paper, we are jealous. That scientific fear competition, we should get out of it. We need to look at it a strategic angle. How do we compete with globally? So I was there in Srinivas Reddy, we are there in one of the committees in CSR Accounting Council, and we talked about how China has done it. China, $430 billion. They invest in a public-private partnership. $430 billion on science and technology. They took a 5 or 6 strategic thinking. Very 5 strategic strategy. One was the EV chemical, and the second is the gene therapy, CRISPR, and AI, and robotic. They have taken that position, that 5-6 field, we put $430 billion been put, and ensured every company set up their own R&D within the campus of the campus. Within the Peking University, or Beijing University, or Shanghai, whatever the university, they forced them to set up their building in the campus itself. So that is how the public-private partnership is moved to that game, so that the industrial R&D people works with academic and build for the country's strategic angle. We don't have that. We are only looking at for money for money is the only criteria. I think, Indians always want only first money. So I think after that, we talk about all other things. I think we have to get out of that mindset. Today, money is not important. The country's angle, society angle, how do we compete globally is important, science and technology. And if we don't compete that, we are out. Our next generation will not stay in this country. It is now moving to US and Europe and Canada and all that. Now the migrations will start to China. And I've seen, actually in China, I was there 5-6 years back, I saw thousands of engineering graduates working in some of the coil manufacturing companies. I looked at shocked. So they're all hired because they're English speaking. They're for QC and QA angle. They're hiring the Indian engineers. So there's total migrations will happen if these don't create our jobs right in this country, not their infrastructure. So I will tell you one good example. Incubators should really drive the passion of driving the state government. If you are united, you can do it. But the problem again, Indian, we are not united. We only united when we have a drink in the day or in the evening dinner time. But next day morning, we are not together. When somebody asks, oh, you will give some story. Oh, that fellow is useless. You will tell something. The other fellow, the fellow who is listening, he collects information both sides and he makes a judgment that both are bad. That we are not realizing that. That's how politicians tells me all the story. How two scientists gives two different opinions. We are not concerned on one. Even whether CIA or FICCI, all these people are not one united what the country needs. One, two important decisions that can be made. What is that my message for the incubators will be, look at the biotech startups. A startup, I gave a presentation to the principal scientific advisor at Sood, and then about 14 or 15 secretaries were there. All the DBT, DST, CSIR, DRDO, all the secretaries were there. About 15 secretaries, just about 3 months ago. How regulatory is killing these countries' science and technology. How the regulatory is killing the startups. I'll give you an example, because you all don't want to, your startups are there with you, you are not understanding their problem. Or you understand the problem, but you don't want to solve the problem. Because you are worried about the rent, you are worried about against talking against BIRAC or DBT. Both are against, because you are also funded by DBT. You are also funded by BIRAC. So therefore, you are scared of talking anything negative. So when a principal scientific advisor asked me to give a presentation on the regulatory, what happens, I said, I was a startup in 97. I myself being a startup. As a startup, we saved the country's foreign exchange at least $10 billion of saving for this country as a startup. What we have done as one individual, one company, we saved with the rotavirus, typhoid conjugate, first time in the innovation in the world, chikungunya, all those vaccines, you look at it, we saved the foreign exchange of at least minimum $10 billion. Even COVID time, look at the COVID. If the $100 is a vaccine you have to buy, just imagine what would be the cost for the government of India will be. One startup, when one startup can do for this country, okay, we have 200 startups in this country successful. What can be an impact at a bigger scale? That is how to envisage. So I will tell you regulatory. In India, for animal toxicology, you all agree with me, Mrityunjay, animal toxicology, RCGM is controlled. RCGM has got 25, 27 member. Maybe Mrityunjay was also one day was a member maybe. And some people may be member here in RCGM also. I don't mind. Okay. So what happens? You have to make a protocol and you have to make a 3 GMP lots and 3 GMP lots. You tell me how many startups has got GMP facility? Ask simple question. No. You want 3 GMP lots and 3 months stability. Okay. And then protocol submission for animal toxicology, 3 animals, whereas WHO recommends 1 animal, 28 days toxicology. And I'll tell you US FDA regulation later. You look at the Indian regulation and 3 GMP lots and 3 months stability, your preclinical toxicology takes 3 years. Exactly 3 years. Completing preclinical toxicology, completing and then getting into phase 1 trial. It's 3 years. Whereas in US, it takes exactly less than 3 months. In US, 3 months to 3 years. And I'll tell you an example in US FDA. We have done one US FDA phase 1 trial in US. It all took everything, completed phase 1, everything in less than 7-8 months. So the US FDA says you can produce the GLP material, not GMP. Please keep in mind, one GLP material. And they want 90% pure. Whereas RCGM demands 99.9% pure protein. You see the logic of thinking of RCGM, thinking 99.9% pure protein for animal toxicology. Whereas US FDA says 90% pure is okay because if you have contamination is there, in the 10% contamination, should pick up the toxicology in the animal. When you are doing regular manufacturing production, if some contamination is there from the process, that should be picked up in the animal toxicology. You see the rational thinking of that? We have 99.9% pure protein. And the same scientists who are the committee members will never produce 99% pure protein. But they're sitting in the committees. And they're controlling the science of this country, which is not right for the country and even for you incubators to succeed. If these startups, if 3 years is taking preclinical toxicology, just imagine the cash burn for a startup. In 3 years, which takes 8 months to complete a preclinical toxicology in another country, you lost the whole game of competition globally. You lost. And some companies, I know at least 8 or 9 companies, they shifted R&D to Singapore, they shifted R&D to London, and some other, Netherlands also. So why do you waste your time? 3 years of cash burn for a startup is a huge, because their capital is very less. They are running with 50 lakhs, 30 lakhs, 50 lakhs and all that. With that money, they have to pay rent, they have to pay electricity, they have to pay salary, and they have to take care of these regulatory hurdles of this much time. And I think, you all should be united as incubators, should brainstorm first these policy issues. You need to think the country's angle. First, forget about your selfishness of, I don't want to talk anything against DBT, otherwise I lose 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs. Trust me, I'm telling you, for losing 30 lakhs, you're losing the future of this country, which is not right, I think, I think my friend is also came, Bayrak also, he also knows about my issue. So, see, as a company, established company like us, we are happy to have the regulation so that no startups will come again competing with me. As a selfish person, as an entrepreneur, I'm happy to have that regulation so that no startups will survive in this country. So I think all incubators should fight for the regulatory policy changes in the country. Whether it is a DBT, RCGM, or it is an Animal Ethical Committee, or it is CDSO, all the committees. We have more committees than policy decisions in this country. And I think we need to think about you people as today you are in a good situation. Honestly, I'm telling you, you are not having a pressure. You may have pressure how much rent I can show to the management. That's not worth it, I'm telling you. That's not worth it life. Giving a small money, 1 crore, 2 crores to extract to the management is not the game you should be playing. You should be visionary. Every manager, every head of that CEO of that incubator should be visionary. Sacrifice your life, little bit. Not your person's life, but sacrifice something for the sake of the country, for the first state of startups to survive. And I think, if these sort of policy decisions made, when you have predictable regulatory system in place, take my word, every private equity, every venture capital will flow automatically. When I asked the private equity people, I said, I don't even know what your policy decisions in this country is. Is it something for you possible phase 1 trial in 6 months? Is it possible? I don't mind taking investment. I will take a risk and put the money on the table. But I'm not sure. Yours is so unpredictable system in the country, I cannot put any more money. I at least more than 20, 30 private equity people, venture capital people I know. The India partner, who is a venture capital right here in Hyderabad, they said, I don't want to put any biotechnology. I want to put it in, the IT, digital health, all those sort of things. And now they're talking about old age people, homes and all that. So that extent they're going. I think we need to change. I think, every manager of that, ask the state government. For incubators, no electricity charges. They're giving to farmers free electricity in this country. This is ridiculous in this country. Farmers is important. I'm not denying that, please. I'm a farming fellow. I want farmers also to get a free. But why not startup also to get a free power? I think this is where you need to fight. Yes, Indians are very good in clapping. That's a problem. We're all politicians. We're all good politicians. 140 billion people, 1.4 billion people, all are politicians. I think some gene is mutated in this country over 100, 200 years. So every gene has got a political mind. I talk to everyone, everybody's a political mind. It's a very strategic political mind. I think leave all this thing apart. We need to be force. You get me on 30 incubators, CEOs. Sit with me. I will tell you the strategy, what should be done for the country. Think about country first. Think about startup to succeed. If they don't succeed, your children will not succeed. Take my word. You will not your children will not sacrifice. When I was sitting at my dinner table, I was talking so much India, cultural, India innovated zero, India steel industry innovated, ink is what he was writing with the ink pen. Hey, my son, listen, that ink is done by Indians and innovated. I tell all those things. Dad, don't tell me too much about India. Then why is India still a developing country for the last 100 years? Why still country is a developing country? Why I had to go to US? Why did you go to US at all for studies? You asked me a simple, straight question to me. So I think, the time has come for all of us to join together. One goal. How do we do startups to succeed in this country? If startup succeeds, innovation succeeds automatically. No innovation, nobody teaches in a classroom. If your policies are very critical, very scientific, and very rational, we are not asking to compromise on us. Suddenly when I ask some regulatory to ease up, one of the regulatory guys tells his secretary, no sir, we will sacrifice the safety of the people. You mean to say, who will sacrifice the safety of the people in this world? Which startup will do that? Hurting somebody? Nobody will do that. But that political mind of a scientist immediately spoiling somebody's mind. You see how we work together as a country? If I talk here, 50% will say Dr. Krishna Yella is good. No, why? 25% will say Krishna Yella is good. 75% will say he is bad, he's a crook. That's how our minds are. We don't look at it society angle. We look at a personal angle. And that we should get out of it. We should look at it society angle, how the startups can survive. Please think that your children, government, we should ask the state government. Don't ask cheap things. You go and ask for money. The government doesn't want to give money because government wants money now. Now politicians are asking us, industry now, penalizing us. My constitution is there. Under CSR fund, you can't take care of my constituency. So that pressure we have right now as industry. 10 ministers are calling, each state is calling, take care of my constituency. I'll give it to my constituency to you. But I will contest election, but you take care of the remaining all the things. So don't ask money. You ask intangible things. Ask for electricity free. All startups will be free. GST free. Because your service is GST service tax. Am I right? So you should ask for elimination of that. See, we have followed in GST, we are setting up Odisha Biotech Park in Bhubaneswar. We have fought with the government and we got a wonderful policy. We said every woman who works for an intern for 5 years, the government will pay 15,000 rupees. For a man, 13,000 rupees. 1-3. So very good discrimination right there. Okay? So men is going to be more discriminated hereafter. So it's good actually. See, because the major in the biotechnology sector, 50% is woman force. We need to get them into the inclusivity in the working force. That's a good policy. We proposed actually. Mrityunjay is there. So we passed a gazette notification, 15,000, so that now you have to think as incubator managers, how I can integrate that into the startup culture, build a skill set. You need to think innovative way now. So now that there is a lot of money for a skill set available. Now I'm going to recruit somebody, give it to the startup company. That startup fellow will be subsidized by the government program and a skill development program. So you are achieving two things. One, startup gets a subsidized manpower. Number two, the skill set of that candidate who has graduated MSc Biotechnology, who has got only paper degree, not a skill set, you automatically build the skill set with him. These are the intangible things you should fight for with the government. Otherwise, we are not going to succeed. And we have set up a food park in Bangalore. The reason we set up food park, how do you bring innovative ideas in food? So I'm a chairman of CFTRI and NIST and all that. I've seen where we lead to food science. Because the next problem is going to come is food security for the global. Food security is one of the major thing you're going to see. Inflation is going to drive, the climate change is going to change, and the number of people working in the agriculture is going to go down. All of the things are going to change the game, and the food security is going to be a major game. And India can play major player in the food security. Because we are the only country which has got 365 days sunlight. No other country has got sunlight 365 days. So we can make changes. that can happen for global food security point of view. So what policies are required? That we need to think. And medical devices, is a medical device easier technology? Because it's a less regulatory issue, that's why medical devices succeeded, so partly. Whereas biotechnology, we are not able to succeed because of the choking of some of the regulatory systems. And please, all incubators, managers, please, at least 10, 15 managers, join together a strategic thinking. What is that you should do for next 1 year? Because we don't plan 5 years, please. All of our life is 5 years, we are not sure whether we are going to be alive or not. Okay? You know, India government always thinks 5 years, 20 years, 30 years, all bullshit. There's no value now anymore. The science is changing. Science is rapidly changing. You know, I've been telling the structural biology, you know, I gave a talk in University of Hyderabad, how the structural biology is changing the science. You see how structural biology got Nobel Prize now. DeepMind, artificial intelligence. They say 200,000 protein, with artificial intelligence, they solve the protein structure. You don't need a crystallography now. Whole thing changed, field. The structural biology is going to try it today as a vaccine company. I feel that I'm already outdated now. How do I bring the structural biology into the vaccine field, into the enzyme companies, and into monoclonal antibodies? How this whole thing is going to change? You see now, next 2 years, whole science is going to change of structural biology and artificial intelligence. How that is going to have an impact on what type of protein. You're going to make some recombinant enzyme for a structure for the textile industry or whatever it. You're going to see a different structural biology of that get in, which is thermostable, which is going to catalyze at 1/100th of the quantity of the protein. Everything is going to change, science. Whatever people are making monoclonal antibody, they're producing, they're happy with 1 gram. Now I come out a company from California, is coming at 10 grams. They put a chaperone gene in CHO cell line, and they made it, because when you have high expression 10 grams, you get an aggregation of the protein. So to prevent the aggregation, they put a chaperone gene, and so that aggregation is prevented. See how science is moving? And all structural biology leading into. So please think about the science is rapidly changing. Your startup culture also is rapidly changing. For that, what is a regulatory policy, financial policy, and government policies are required. That is the 3-4 policies. If you work strategically, you are going to do the greatest service to the country. Please keep in mind, you are the major pillar right now. It is not that I'm telling you because I like you people. I don't like you people actually in any case. Because you rent people. So therefore I don't like you. But you are the instrumental for this country that you can create what can be done for the country through startup, through government, through society. A problem is there in a society. Ask that problem taken by a startup. See that the startup solves the problem of that country. I was telling Kerala government, I was there with the Kerala about 3 weeks back. Kerala government called me. They started some, like this, another program, big program in Kerala, and a biotechnology program. So I told the minister, I said, set up a skill university. He said, immediately announced it. And he also told him, I said, your biotech policy, you do one thing, one vaccine. You make it, solve the problem of Kerala. Nipah is a problem. I'll help you, Nipah vaccine. You make it happen, create a success, so that your biotech policy makes it meaningful for the state. You create a success, so that common people who are there in the society get a trust in the science. You need to create a common people to get trust in our Indian science and technology. That to create, so Kerala government, I was there putting a policy issues discussion. So I told them, I said, let us solve the Nipah problem of Kerala, where your tourism is going to be hurt. If the Nipah increases, it's giving a signal. One day it will be erupted. When it erupts, the whole your tourism will get destroyed. So let's plan. So he said, I told the minister was convinced. He said, I am ready to put resources for this. Solving Nipah problem by Kerala government itself. Not federal government, not the central government. Solved by state government itself. So they're taking decisions like that. So like that, every state can do something for that. Make a success story. You are the pillars for the country. And I'm telling you, I wish you all the best. Great side, but think policy. Don't have lunches and dinners, but strategic discussion. Good luck to all of you. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
గౌరవనీయులైన శ్రీ కల్వకుంట్ల తారక రామారావు గారికి మా అందరి తరపున కూడా వార్మ్ వెల్కమ్ సార్. ప్లీజ్ give a big round of applause. I really actually want to speak in Telugu, my native language. But yes, having a lot of outstation audience, non-native Telugu audience, so it's my immense pleasure to have former IT Minister Shri Kalvakuntla Tarak Ramarao Garu, KTR, the brand, the man is here who actually built this entire Telangana incubation ecosystem. If you can see 10 years before, there's a different world. But today, whatever we have seen, the T-Hub and T-Works that you have seen, the man is here who actually envisioned those years, those times. Yesterday, I think, when Jayesh Garu mentioned about the initial plan in ISB and triple IT, etc., I would like, sir, there are no formal welcome notes to read here. Please excuse me, but I would like to share my own experiences way back in 2014 when he became the minister, the initial times of the government formation. First time I saw these gentlemen, I met these gentlemen here about the initial brainstorming discussions to set up a center for healthcare entrepreneurship in IIT Hyderabad. I was mesmerized the way everyone, because he never see the speech to identify the numbers, how Japan is doing, how South Korea is doing, where are we, and how we are trying to go ahead of those particular economies. I think that inspired me a lot. And the second meeting in my previous organization, IKP Knowledge Park, Sir came on BioAsia Times. Again, it's a mega event where actually in Sir's presence, lot of collaborations, lot of activities and several industries have been set up. And I met him again. It's a bumper offer for me to meet Sir. And the third time, sir, I'm not telling many, but third last thing I can tell, how this ecosystem happened. Yesterday I gave an example to Rahul when we are talking about, incubators meetup, there are no champions. He actually told the then CIO of TSIC, Telangana State Innovation Cell, whatever the government incubators and enabling agencies that we have today in the state, actually everything is totally indulge himself to actually look after each and every activity along with all the CEOs and CIOs, and also the only minister who actually came to our incubators meet. That meeting, sir, if I remember, it's in GHMC, sir. Dr. Madhu is there, and the then director of CCMB, Dr. Rakesh Mishra, is also there. When I was just writing the notes, suddenly he pulled out a name. I think Ramji is doing his best to bring the incubators together. I was just, it's a heart attack thing for me suddenly. Then I just asked funny, why actually, sir, once you tell the name, he will never forget. Once you tell the numbers, he will never forget. That day onwards, that motivation by a minister like this, actually making me to indulge myself, to keep my heart into this ecosystem. That's where this 10 years journey is an excellent journey along with KTR, sir. Sir, thank you so much for inspiring me and motivating me to us. And yes, of course, another touch to a CCMB and this biology. Sir is a microbiologist and also biotechnology background. But the knowledge and wisdom that he is having is vast. Sir, with that small experience and note, of course, I no need to introduce about all other activities because it's a brand. KTR is here. Thank you, sir, and please welcome to the ISBACon that is happening here. Thank you so much.
Honorable former IT Minister of Telangana, Shri KTR, my family members on and off the dais. Good afternoon, and it's our pleasure to have Sri K.T. Ramarao for the valedictory function with us. And the way Dr. Ramji has expressed, and the way people like us who are not from Telangana, who are from the neighboring state, from Tamil Nadu, had heard more about Sri KTR, it's a great opportunity for us to be with him in the dais and also to listen his vibrant speech. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and being with us to address our audience. To give a brief about ISBA, the Indian Steps and Business Incubator Association, shortly called as ISBA, has been formed in the year 2004 when the incubation center in the country is nascent. And across the country, we have about 40-50 incubation centers. And out of which, few of the visionary leaders and thought leaders decided that we should form a network. And only experience sharing and only we work together, co-create, the incubation movement can success. With that thought, we formed an association in the year 2004. And it's a great journey that we have in the last 20 years. Out of this 20 years, from 30 incubation centers as members, today we have about 160 incubators across the country as the members of this association. Out of the 20 years of our journey, except the 2 years of our COVID period and 2 years of the initial years, all 16 years we have conducted this annual conference called ISBACon. And this is the 16th conference that we are doing it in Hyderabad. For your kind information, the first conference of ISBACon was organized in Hyderabad in the year 2007, and after almost 17 years, we have come back to Hyderabad. Meanwhile, we have organized this conference in various cities so that we reach out to the various stakeholders, policymakers, and the government of the respective state governments, and hope we have achieved what we have been doing. Few achievements that as an association we have done in the past, because those times the incubation movement has been supported by the central government. And the funding has come from the central government. Very recently, the state missions have formed and they have started supporting incubation center. In those days, the first achievement, what we have done is the incubation centers are exempted from erstwhile service tax and as well as the current GST thing. And also the incubatees have also been exempted the initial years. If they are incubated at any incubation center supported by DST has been exempted from the GST and erstwhile service tax. Secondly, we are able to get included in the Schedule 7 of this Companies Act 2013 to get CSR funding from the corporates, which also helps a lot of our incubation centers today to garner funds from the corporates to fund the startups, to convert their product into idea into product and take it forward, commercialization and scaling up. And also that helps a lot in sustainability and coming out new corporate programs. Thirdly, most of the incubation centers in those days have been registered as societies, and societies have been, as per the income tax law, we can't take equity in the startups, but incubation centers which are registered as a society has been exempted or allowed to take equity in the startups. That also made a great opportunity for the incubation centers to take or to make investments in the startups. So these are the few achievements, and we continuously closely work with the government agencies. I used to say that the associations usually negotiate with the government for benefits, but in the incubation movement, I'm happy to say that there are government officials here, Mr. Mittal, you have met, and others. They always work with us, get our feedback before planning or before formulating the schemes. That's how the Nidhi Prayas, Nidhi schemes of DST and other schemes have evolved. To that extent, as an association, we have contributed, we are closely working with the governments. When state missions have come, as formed and the startups ecosystem has been built in the states, we started closely working with the various state governments, and we are there in their selection boards, committees, where we are able to translate our experiences and expertise to the policy makers in formulating the systems and processes for the establishing the incubation centers. Having said that, coming back to last 3 days of deliberation, it's a wonderful experience that we have. And we had about 150 incubation centers across the country participating in this ISBACon 2024. And the event started, out of this 150 incubation centers representatives, we had about 250 plus delegates who have registered from 150 incubation centers spread across 20 states from 75 cities. So the opening remarks, I mentioned that it is not about 250 incubation center executives, it's about 3,000 startups representatives are here in this particular hall. And it's a great opportunity that we had to have our, or it's not about having our event. We celebrated our pre-conference at your center at T-Hub. And we also had about 18 to 20 international delegates from Asian countries participating in this conference as part of the Asian Association of Business Incubators. All these delegates had an opportunity to go through your T-Hub facility, T-Works facility, have an interaction with the officials who are there. And also we had the pre-conference workshops, learn from the team about the T-Hub's experiences, and it's a great opportunity for us to learn because for people like Chennai and Bangalore, T-Hub is accessible, but for the incubation centers who have come from Jammu Kashmir to other Northeast and things like that, visiting T-Hub, it's a great opportunity that Embark has created for them. And then next 2 days of the conference, we did it in CCMB in this campus. And we had speakers representing all the stakeholders of the ecosystem, right from the investors to the incubation center CEOs to the investors and to the policy makers, covering right from the incubation activities to the internationalization. We had a wonderful sessions, and as the final session, not the final session, it's an most important and most dynamic session. People have gathered. And people have heard about you, we have read about you, we have seen your speeches or shorts in the social media, but it's a great opportunity for you to listen to you. And with these few words, on behalf of the ISBA family, I join Dr. Ramji in welcoming you, and thank you for your presence here.
Good afternoon, and it's my honor and pleasure, personal pleasure, to invite you to our midst. And it's a great honor for us to have you with us. And I have obviously a sense of belonging with our community of biotechnologists. That's a nice feeling. And the other one is I'm probably one of the admirers of your ability to narrate or articulate the vision of Telangana to the world. I think that's one of the most important thing, because the communication is the key to many things to happen. And I think you are very, very person that we would like to listen. Thank you very much for being with us. And ISBA is as Mr. Suresh told you about, the ISBA, it's a kind of, we believe the incubators are the facilitators and the mediators of many of the entrepreneurs to take their ideas and technologies to the market. So we play a big role, and I think that's the reason why a lot of importance is given to the incubators. But I think the number of incubators are still not enough to cater to the number of startups that are out there. And then this particular thing, we discuss various issues that challenge the incubators in various aspects, as their sustainability, or how to raise money, how to be more impactful, how to be tier 2, tier 3 cities, kind of reach that we need to make, and also how to make a lot of things that are accessible to rural areas and things. There are a lot of issues that we keep talking about. So we wish to have more continuous contact with you and listen to your ideas, so that will be a kind of helpful for all of us. Thank you very much for being with us, and we wish you good luck.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Ramji, for welcoming me. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Also would like to thank you for the effusive introduction. Thank you very much. Dr. Suresh, I have quite a fascinating association with Coimbatore and PSG, so lovely seeing you in my city. Thank you very much. Also, thank you, Madhusudan Rao Garu. Thank you so much for welcoming us. Dr. Bala, thank you. To all the attendees from various parts of India, various incubators in India, welcome you to Hyderabad. I'd like to believe this is the most beautiful city in India. For those of you who are not from here, you can check it out yourself. It's a beautiful city. It's a lovely city. It offers you many more things other than the usual academics. It offers you the experience of history, culture, heritage, and also a blend of modernity and innovative youngsters and innovative startups that you would have probably experienced at T-Hub, T-Works, and also elsewhere in Hyderabad, among all the brilliant young startups that you probably would have interacted with. It's a pleasure to be here at this ISBA annual conference in 2024, which is coming back to Hyderabad after 17 years, as you said. Thank you very much. I'm told this is India's largest gathering of startup incubators, Compliments to you on completing 20 years, because I know as a representative of a political party which has been around for 24 years, to do anything beyond 2 decades or 3 decades and stay relevant is not easy. So my compliments, Suresh, on making this happen. 250 delegates and 20 plus Indian states being represented here, again, is definitely a sign of good things, because India is a very diverse country. In India, everything changes every 250 kilometers. The language, the dialect, the cuisine, the style in which we interact with each other, and many other things. So it's in a very diverse, heterogeneous country, to bring about a cohesion in terms of innovation, in terms of how we can learn from each other and without reinventing the wheel. That in itself is a huge challenge. So my compliments, Suresh, on making sure that all of you come together, all of you work together, and with brilliant minds like Dr. Mittal, Anita ji is here, and my colleague Dr. Shanta is here, my colleague Mr. Lakshma Reddy is here. So working with all these diverse, eclectic groups belonging to various states, bringing all of them together, and it in itself is a remarkable feat. So I do hope you've had a great experience in Hyderabad over the last 3 days, and I do hope you'll come back to T-Hub, T-Works for further collaborations, for further networking opportunities, etc. Now, as I reflect on the changing nature of words, the word initiative comes to mind quite easily. Initiative at one point of time was a word that was viewed with hesitation, often perceived as something uncertain. And now in India and elsewhere across the world, it is transformed into a symbol of leadership and opportunity. Now, in the world of startups and innovation, taking initiative is celebrated. It's seen as the crucial first step toward creating something groundbreaking. This shift in perception shows how much the world has evolved, where initiative is no longer something to shy away from, but a powerful leap towards progress and innovation. In fact, in this very auditorium at IICT, I remember, one of the events that I attended, I remember 2 things very distinctly. I think it was Dr. Mashelkar, if I remember correctly, who was here at this very podium addressing the audience. He said 2 things. India doesn't have the luxury of leapfrogging, is what he said. In terms of innovation, he said India does not have the luxury of leapfrogging. India needs to pole vault. India needs to jump a few hoops and catch up with the rest of the world. We don't have the luxury of leapfrogging. The second thing he said, I remember very distinctly. He had said, what India needs is not venture capital. India needs is a bit of adventure capital. I think that's, it's not just a good rhyming thing, to say, but it's a very logical thing to say as well. Because in the complex set of, issues that we encounter on a day-to-day basis as an innovator, I think one of the things India does need is capital and capitalists who are wanting to bet big and wanting to actually work with you all young startups and young incubators on really moving that innovation piece forward quickly. Now, when we talk about innovation, we often look to the global innovation hubs as the mecca of innovation. What makes it so? It's not just the cutting-edge technology or the abundance of talent. It's the ability to take ideas, market them, and present them to the world. While you could innovate, you also need the ability to pitch your ideas, to sell your vision. I think that's very, very important because, I've lived in the US for about 7.5 years. In fact, as Dr. Madhu said, my background was in biology. I have a graduate degree in microbiology, botany and chemistry from Nizam College, Hyderabad. Subsequently, I also have a master's degree in biotechnology from Pune University. And then I also have a master's degree in business administration in marketing and e-commerce from City University of New York. Now, what I realized, the difference in how we work in India versus how we, how the United States works, there's a very distinct difference in terms of how the pitch is made, how they brilliantly market even the smallest of things. Our chief minister, our former chief minister, my leader, Shri KCR, he used to say, whenever we used to talk about tourism, he used to joke and he used to keep saying, he used to say, what is there in Singapore? With all due respect to Singapore, I'm not saying anything nasty. He used to say, what is there in Singapore to market? It's a very small city country. वहाँ पे है क्या? हम लोग जाते हैं इतना दूर से, वहाँ पे एक लायन का एक बड़ा एक वो है पुतला है, उसके सामने जाके एक तस्वीर खींच के आते हैं, बोलते हैं कि हम लोग सिंगापुर गए, ये किए वो किए। मतलब ये है कि मैं कहना ये चाह रहा हूँ कि हमें मार्केटिंग, इवन द स्मॉलेस्ट ऑफ थिंग्स, वी आर एबल टू मार्केट इट प्रॉपर्ली, पिच इट प्रॉपर्ली and present it. I think clarity of thought is important, but clarity of expression is far more important for a startup, for an innovator. I think that's something we can learn, take a few leaves out of, of the books of the American marketing geniuses and even the Bay Area marketing geniuses, because communication will create further value to whatever product you have. Communication is the key in terms of augmenting and in terms of actually making your product or service very, very presentable to the rest of the world. As we talk about innovation on a global scale, it's also important to recognize how we're fostering it locally right here in Telangana in the last 1 decade. As some of you may know it, Telangana is a new state. In fact, it is the most youngest state in India. It is only about 11 years old. Let me take you back and narrate a story that's very close to my heart and probably very highly relevant to this event. Ramji spoke about it for a minute, but I think this is a story that might inspire some of you at least. It all started in 2014, right after the formation of the new state. So June 2nd, 2014 is when the state was formed. And June, I think 4th or 5th, I was actually at ISB, I think, right, I think it was like 2 or 3 days after the formation of the state. I swore in as a minister, and I was very keen to learn. I was very keen to learn, to understand exactly what we can do in terms of innovation. So I ended up at one of the best places in Hyderabad, which is IT Hyderabad and the ISB Hyderabad. Ended up there, started interacting with the directors, the deans, the researchers, some students as well. I was asking questions. I was very inquisitive. I wanted to understand what's going on. So there was always this big debate of how Bangalore is ahead of everybody else. Anybody from Bangalore here? Nobody? Seriously? Acha, few of you. Thank you. So how Bangalore is ahead, way ahead in fact, of rest of the country in terms of innovation, and how the startup culture there is, far ahead in terms of, say, the venture capital that they attract, in terms of the number of unicorns, a bunch of other things, which are very, very nice about Bangalore. So the one question that I kept asking myself, and also everybody else I met with, I said, how is it that this city has done so well, whereas other Indian cities, which have been traditionally very, very popular, like Chennai, like Delhi, Bombay, which are again home to some of the best institutions, even Hyderabad, some brilliant academic institutions like IICT, CCMB, NIN, NGRI. How come we don't have as much innovation happening in our city? And how can we attract more investments? Because I was a Minister for Technology, Minister for Commerce. So my job was to attract investments, create jobs. So that was a question that was foremost on my mind. Amidst all this uncertainty in the initial days of formation of a new state, the idea was, how can we brand Telangana, which has just become a new state, as a startup state, as a state which is fledgling, which is just about beginning its journey? How can we make this a very attractive story? That was the premise. Now, the question I was asking is, how can we leverage the innovation ecosystem here? I realized that there are enough number of institutions in Hyderabad, like the ones I just mentioned, and many more. There are enough, again, academic institutions, number of brilliant colleges, brilliant higher education institutions, research institutions, and also a lot of youngsters who are very, very keen to become entrepreneurs, to innovate, etc. Now, the key point was to be able to bring all of them onto one platform, to see how we can create a synergy and how the government can play the role of an enabler. So the one takeaway for me on the 5th of June, when I ended up at IT Hyderabad and ISB Hyderabad, was, if I wanted my state to be called as a startup state, probably what I would require is a fine synthesis of some, synergy between all these various institutions, and how we can probably bring them together. And the one X factor that was missing in comparison with Bangalore for Hyderabad was a vibrant innovation ecosystem. So that's how we started realizing that we needed to look at this closely. And that's how actually T-Hub became a reality. This was 2014, June 5th, when we started looking at this. In 2015, T-Hub actually took shape, and I have to share the story with you. I wanted nobody else other than Ratan Tata to inaugurate it. A lot of people asked me. He just passed away. I remember him fondly. I've had many interactions with him. A lot of people asked me, they said, there are a number of unicorn founders that you can get. Why are you calling Ratan Tata? I said, I think he really symbolizes, he truly symbolizes the kind of change I want to see in India. Because here is this septuagenarian, a 70-year-old plus man. Now I think when he passed, he was 86. A 70-plus-year-old man who's as old as the independent India, because India was also there about 65 odd years of independence. But you see this gentleman who's 70 plus, who could very happily retire, who could very happily move away because, he's wealthy, he's got he's got access to all the good things in life, he doesn't have to work at all. But you see him investing in a startup every other day. You see him trying to do something or the other new every single day to keep himself occupied, he keeps interacting, he keeps going to places, lecturing on innovation, etc., etc. So I was very keen. So I reached out to him. I said, Mr. Tata, I want you to come inaugurate this facility. He said, what is this T-Hub? So I made a pitch. I said, sir, this is actually probably the biggest incubator in India now. And this is going to be a place where all of the innovators will basically come together. They'll have mentorship. They'll have all kinds of logistical support from the government. They'll also probably be able to pitch to the venture capital. It was a very nascent idea. Unfortunately, he was sick. He said, I'm sick, I can't travel. He said, I'd be happy to do it virtually. I said, no. I want you to come. I want you to come and inspire all of us. He said, that would mean a couple of months. I'm going through a medical procedure. I can only come a couple of months later. I said, fine. We actually postponed the event by, I think, 2 or 3 months just to make sure Mr. Ratan Tata was here. And the reason why I'm mentioning, because, when you hear the name Tata, you think of a large truck or a large manufacturing facility in Jamshedpur, a steel industry. But when you see the man and when you see the kind of investments he's making, it's very inspirational. So I wanted him to come. He came in on the 5th of November, 2015. I remember distinctly. And he made a fantastic speech when he saw the facility, interacted with the startups. This is what he said. And that is my biggest takeaway in my interactions with Mr. Ratan Tata. He said, T-Hub, this facility that I've just inaugurated, is a symbol, is a face of modern India. This is what he had said. And that is what I take most pride in. I was, of course, wanting to lash on to the lowest hanging fruit. So therefore, I went to ISB. Therefore, I went to IIIT Hyderabad. And then we also started seeing how we can really, like I said, probably scale up and, grow up, into a next level. That's when I started touring the world. I traveled to the US many a times, to the Valley, and also many other inspiring incubation hubs and nodes and, important so-called, destinations. Result of all these interactions was we realized, if India really has to be a force in the world in terms of our ability to challenge the world, ability to actually connect with the rest of innovation ecosystem in the world, we also need scale. So we decided that we will actually create the world's largest tech incubator in India, and that too in Hyderabad. So the initial phase of T-Hub was only about 75 to 78,000 square foot in terms of physical space. It could only accommodate about 200 startups. But then we wanted to create the world's largest. So then we went about methodically again, and this time we have, where you were yesterday, in fact, that place, the T-Hub phase 2, we used to call it reactor. I'm not sure what this government is calling it anymore. But we created almost 570,000 square foot of space, which can eventually accommodate more than 2,000 startups under one single roof. And alongside that, while we were working on this, alongside that, we basically carved out about 18 acres of prime real estate in Hyderabad Knowledge City. Alongside the T-Hub, we also created India's largest prototyping facility called as T-Works, so that, hobbyists, enthusiasts, anybody who's wanting to create a product prototype can actually dabble in that. It could be a youngster, a college student, or could just be a hobbyist, or could just be somebody else. We created T-Works. And alongside of these two, we also created what is called as Image Tower. Now, image literally stands for innovation in animation, multimedia, gaming, and entertainment. Now, between all three of them, we have decided to create 1.5 million square foot of constructed space, which would eventually have more than 5,000 startups working under one single roof, and that truly would be the world's largest innovation campus. So this was the vision of our government in terms of creating T-Hub, T-Works, Image, all in one location, co-located together, so that these kids could work with each other, talk to each other, get inspired, and also network, and also grow as time passes. Now, I think we've had some great successes also from T-Hub, T-Works, and I can tell you it's a unique PPP model what we've created with backing from the government, and along with support from industry leaders and premier educational institutions. T-Hub became a living, breathing ecosystem. And it wasn't long before it began to make waves. It played a pivotal role in positioning Telangana as a hub for entrepreneurship, nurturing thousands of startups in the state, connecting them to investors, mentors, and industry leaders. And we did not stop at this. We started creating more and more of such incubators. We have created India's one and only women entrepreneurship hub, called as a V-Hub. Then subsequently, we also created what is called as RICH, the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, which again brings about a synergy between academic institutions, the marketplace out there, so that you actually start researching and working more, not on what is what is of interest to us, but also to the market outside. We also then subsequently wanted to catch our innovators young. So we brought in some very brilliant young minds from across the world. Dr. Shanta Tautam is sitting right in front of me. She was working in the US. She has a PhD. She's a doctor. I brought her from the US, made her the CEO of Telangana State Innovation Cell, whose intent was to work with the 26,000 government schools that there are in Telangana, catch our young minds. In association with the Education Department, we launched what is called as a School Innovation Challenge, and we went about identifying entrepreneurs from rural backgrounds, entrepreneurs who are coming out with some socially useful products, and we wanted to create more and more of such vehicles. The momentum ultimately led us from 200 startups in 2014 to now more than 5,000 startups in Hyderabad in a span of 10 years. We have, but I think the sheer numbers don't really matter. If you ask me, it's not the quantity, but I think it's the quality. So therefore, I'm also super proud that some of these startups have made waves across the world. In fact, a T-Hub incubatee called as Skyroot was the first Indian space tech company to have sent a satellite into the orbit. Now that is the kind of impact we've been able to create. Also, over the past 8-9 years, T-Hub has contributed to a total investment of more than $3.5 billion in the startups that it has nurtured. Of course, fueled innovation with more than 600 corporate partnerships, facilitated 500 mentor connections, and engaged with more than 3,000 startups. Well, I can go on and on about T-Hub because it was my baby, but I think I've said enough on that. Like I said, we've also created a number of other institutions, but the last thing I'll tell you before I quit. We believed very strongly in the 3I mantra to spur further innovation. What do I mean, the 3I mantra? We said, we have to innovate, incubate, incorporate. At the same time, we also, while we do this, we also wanted to focus as a whole, and I'm sure Jayesh must have mentioned it when he was here. What's important, Dr. Suresh, is I think all of us can learn from each other. We collaborated with many other states. We collaborated with Goa. We collaborated with, I remember, Delhi. We also collaborated with Assam in terms of helping them from our learnings, from our experience on how we could probably build incubators at a faster pace, how we could probably help them without having to reinvent the wheel. And most importantly, I think the 3I mantra that I was espousing all along, innovation, infrastructure, and most important is inclusive growth. We cannot be elitist. Incubators can't just be in tier 1 cities. They can't just be in Hyderabad's and Chennai's and all the metros. We have to spread them to tier 2 and tier 3 towns. That's exactly what we've done in Telangana. In about 10 tier 2 towns in Telangana, the government of Telangana had created lovely IT hubs, in which we also have a space dedicated for innovation for T-Hub at a rural tier 2 destination. We also have what is called as TASK, the Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge, so that a job seeker can go to TASK, a job creator, a potential job creator can come to T-Hub or can come to T-Works. So this is a kind of whole of ecosystem approach that we have taken, and it's been a fascinating journey. Today I'm proud to share with you as I stand here that my state truly is a startup state, because in the first 10 years of its existence, it went from being ranked 14th in terms of per capita income in 2014 to number 1 in 2023 when we actually relinquished office. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Look forward to continued conversations, and I hope you continue to enjoy Hyderabad and your visits here. Cheers. Thank you.
Respected KTR Garu, the former IT Minister, Government of Telangana, Dr. Suresh, Executive Director, PSG STEP and President of ISBA, Dr. Madhusudan Rao, CEO, AIC CCMB, Dr. Ramji Palela, COO, AIC CCMB, Dr. Anita Gupta, Head of CEST Division, Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Yogesh Brahmankar, Head Innovation Cell, Director Innovation at Ministry of Education, and all delegates, dignitaries present here, press and media. So, good afternoon. It's a great privilege and honor to have one of the great champions of innovation and startups in the country as part of our ISBA's closing ceremony. Sir, your vision and action combined with passion and dedication has resulted in tall outcomes. You've given all this as a gift to the society. The T-Hub, T-Works, V-Hub, Image, Task, Reach, not only in physical shape, but also in providing stimulating intellectual environment for the creative minds. Thank you, sir, for gracing the ISBACon and for your kind words of wisdom and inspiration. In incubation, we talk about technology transfer. What you have done is an energy transfer with a positive aura. So as the people get back to their respective zones, I think lots of inspiration from your words of wisdom. And I also take this opportunity to thank the local host, AIC CCMB, for putting special efforts, and IICT for providing this wonderful auditorium. And in AIC CCMB, I would like to have a special word of gratitude to Dr. Madhusudan Rao, Dr. Ramji, Ms. Ritika, and the entire team of AIC CCMB. And we also thank Mr. Vijay and Rajesh and Mr. Sujit, CEO, T-Hub, for the masterclass arrangements and the visit facilitation. The participants were awestruck, especially the international ones were very, very impressed with the kind of work happening there. And also to T-Works, Mr. Joginder. Our sincere thanks to all speakers, session managers, for providing deep insights through your wisdom and expertise. We are really honored and humbled to have this kind of intellectual prowess happening over the last 3 days. We are also very grateful to all our sponsors, starting with the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Government of Telangana, BIRAC, Ministry of Electronics, IKP Knowledge Park, Sanchi Connect, Enthutech, Thermo Fisher, Oban and Associates, AWS, and ICICI Bank. Our thanks is due to all our local anchor incubators for extending great support for the conduct of this conference in a very, very smooth manner. Sri Lakshman Reddy Garu, who's present here, gracing this occasion, thank you very much for joining us. Our thanks to President ISBA for putting together his best efforts to make this conference a memorable one. And I also take this opportunity to thank the Vice President, Mr. Prasad Manan, for being the chair of this conference session and providing a great experience, supported amply by the other governing body members, Prasad Shetty, Gladys Noyer, and a few others. And our thanks to all support providers, including the production and creative teams, the catering supporters, press and media for giving wider coverage, and more particularly all the participants for traveling from the length and breadth of the country, for being with us. And I also have a special word of appreciation to the ABI, the Asian Association of Business Incubation, for choosing Hyderabad as a venue for hosting the ABI General Assembly and ABI Summit this year. We thank the ABI President and Vice President on this occasion. So thank you one and all, and have a safe and return journey, and thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV. The 16th edition of ISBACon 2024 was a landmark event jointly organized by the Indian Steps and Business Incubators Association, ISBA, and the Atal Incubation Center, Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, AICCCMB, at CSIR, CCMB, Hyderabad, on October 18th and 19th. A pre-conference workshop was called by ISBACon and T-Hub on 17th October, setting the tone for the mega event that followed. One of the event's highlights was the presence of Shri K.T. Rama Rao, former IT Minister, Government of Telangana, who attended as the chief guest on the third day. Addressing the gathering, K.T. Rama Rao emphasized the importance of taking the initiative in the world of startups. He noted, in the world of startups, taking initiation is celebrated, seeing is the first step towards creating something groundbreaking. The shift in the perception of the world reflects where initiative is not anymore a word to shy away from. He also stressed the need for more capitalists to work with young startups and incubators in India.
Thank you, Dr. Ramji, for welcoming me. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Also would like to thank you for the effusive introduction. Thank you very much. Dr. Suresh, I have quite a fascinating association with Coimbatore and PSG, so lovely seeing you in my city. Thank you very much. Also, thank you, Madhusudan Rao Garu. Thank you so much for welcoming us. Dr. Bala, thank you. To all the attendees from various parts of India, various incubators in India, welcome you to Hyderabad. I'd like to believe this is the most beautiful city in India. For those of you who are not from here, you can check it out yourself. It's a beautiful city. It's a lovely city. It offers you many more things other than the usual academics. It offers you the experience of history, culture, heritage, and also a blend of modernity and innovative youngsters and innovative startups that you would have probably experienced at T-Hub, T-Works, and also elsewhere in Hyderabad, among all the brilliant young startups that you probably would have interacted with. It's a pleasure to be here at this ISBA annual conference in 2024, which is coming back to Hyderabad after 17 years, as you said. Thank you very much. I'm told this is India's largest gathering of startup incubators. Compliments to you on completing 20 years, because I know as a representative of a political party which has been around for 24 years, to do anything beyond 2 decades or 3 decades and stay relevant is not easy. So my compliments, Suresh, on making this happen. 250 delegates and 20 plus Indian states being represented here, again, is definitely a sign of good things, because India is a very diverse country. In India, everything changes every 250 kilometers. The language, the dialect, the cuisine, the style in which we interact with each other, and many other things. So it's in a very diverse, heterogeneous country, to bring about a cohesion in terms of innovation, in terms of how we can learn from each other and without reinventing the wheel. That in itself is a huge challenge. So my compliments, Suresh, on making sure that all of you come together, all of you work together, and with brilliant minds like Dr. Mittal, Anita ji is here, and my colleague Dr. Shanta is here, my colleague Mr. Lakshma Reddy is here. So groups belonging to various states, bringing all of them together, and it is in itself is a remarkable feat. So I do hope you've had a great experience in Hyderabad over the last 3 days, and I do hope you'll come back to T-Hub, T-Works for further collaborations, for further networking opportunities, etc. Now, as I reflect on the changing nature of words, the word initiative comes to mind quite easily. Initiative at one point of time was a word that was viewed with hesitation, often perceived as something uncertain. And now in India and elsewhere across the world, it is transformed into a symbol of leadership and opportunity. Now, in the world of startups and innovation, taking initiative is celebrated. It's seen as the crucial first step toward creating something groundbreaking. This shift in perception shows how much the world has evolved, where initiative is no longer something to shy away from, but a powerful leap towards progress and innovation. In fact, in this very auditorium at IICT, I remember, one of the events that I attended, I remember two things very distinctly. I think it was Dr. Mashelkar, if I remember correctly, who was here at this very podium addressing the audience. He said two things. India doesn't have the luxury of leapfrogging, is what he said. In terms of innovation, he said India does not have the luxury of leapfrogging. India needs to pole vault. India needs to jump a few hoops and catch up with the rest of the world. We don't have the luxury of leapfrogging. The second thing he said, I remember very distinctly. He had said, what India needs is not venture capital. India needs is a bit of adventure capital. I think that's, it's not just a good rhyming thing, to say, but it's a very logical thing to say as well. Because in the complex set of, issues that we encounter on a day-to-day basis as an innovator, I think one of the things India does need is capital and capitalists who are wanting to bet big and wanting to actually work with you all young startups and young incubators on really moving that innovation piece forward quickly. Now, when we talk about innovation, we often look to the global innovation hubs as the mecca of innovation. What makes it so? It's not just the cutting-edge technology or the abundance of talent. It's the ability to take ideas, market them, and present them to the world. While you could innovate, you also need the ability to pitch your ideas, to sell your vision. I think that's very, very important because, I've lived in the US for about 7.5 years. In fact, as Dr. Madhu said, my background was in biology. I have a graduate degree in microbiology, botany, and chemistry from Nizam College, Hyderabad. Subsequently, I also have a master's degree in biotechnology from Pune University. And then I also have a master's degree in business administration in marketing and e-commerce from City University of New York. Now, what I realized the difference in how we work in India versus how we, how the United States works, there's a very distinct difference in terms of how the pitch is made, how they brilliantly market even the smallest of things. Our chief minister, our former chief minister, my leader, Shri KCR, he used to say, whenever we used to talk about tourism, he used to joke and he used to keep saying, he used to say, what is there in Singapore? With all due respect to Singapore, I'm not saying anything nasty. He used to say, what is there in Singapore to market? It's a very small city country. वहाँ पे है क्या? हम लोग जाते हैं इतना दूर से, वहाँ पे एक लायन का एक बड़ा एक वो है पुतला है, उसके सामने जाके एक तस्वीर खींच के आते हैं, बोलते हैं कि हम लोग सिंगापुर गए, ये किए, वो किए. मतलब ये है कि मैं कहना ये चाह रहा हूँ कि हमें marketing, even the smallest of things, if we are able to market it properly, pitch it properly, and present it. I think clarity of thought is important, but clarity of expression is far more important for a startup, for an innovator. I take a few leaves out of, of the books of the American marketing geniuses and even the Bay Area marketing geniuses, because communication will create further value to whatever product you have. Communication is the key in terms of augmenting and in terms of actually making your product or service very, very presentable to the rest of the world. As we talk about innovation on a global scale, it's also important to recognize how we're fostering it locally right here in Telangana in the last 1 decade. As some of you may know it, Telangana is a new state. In fact, it is the most youngest state in India. It is only about 11 years old. Let me take you back and narrate a story that's very close to my heart. and probably very highly relevant to this event. Ramji spoke about it for a minute, but I think this is a story that might inspire some of you at least. It all started in 2014, right after the formation of the new state. So June 2nd, 2014 is when the state was formed. And June, I think, 4th or 5th, I was actually at ISB, I think, right, I think it was like 2 or 3 days after the formation of the state, I swore in as a minister, and I was very keen to learn. I was very keen to learn, to understand exactly what we can do in terms of innovation. So I ended up at one of the best places in Hyderabad, which is Triple IT Hyderabad and the ISB Hyderabad. Ended up there, started interacting with the directors, the deans, the researchers, some students as well. I was asking questions. I was very inquisitive. I wanted to understand what's going on. So there was always this big debate of how Bangalore is ahead of everybody else. Anybody from Bangalore here? Nobody? Seriously? Acha, few of you. Thank you. So how Bangalore is ahead, way ahead, in fact, of rest of the country in terms of innovation, and how the startup culture there is, far ahead in terms of, say, the venture capital that they attract, in terms of the number of unicorns, a bunch of other things, which are very, very nice about Bangalore. So the one question that I kept asking myself, and also everybody else I met with, I said, how is it that this city has done so well, whereas other Indian cities, which have been traditionally very, very popular, like Chennai, like Delhi, Bombay, which are again home to some of the best institutions, even Hyderabad, some brilliant academic institutions like IICT, CCMB, NIN, NGRI. How come we don't have as much innovation happening in our city? And how can we attract more investments? Because I was a Minister for Technology, Minister for Commerce. So my job was to attract investments, create jobs. So that was a question that was foremost on my mind. Amidst all this uncertainty in the initial days of formation of a new state, the idea was, how can we brand Telangana, which has just become a new state, as a startup state, as a state which is fledgling, which is just about beginning its journey? How can we make this a very attractive story? That was the premise. Now the question I was asking is, how can we leverage the innovation ecosystem here? I realized that there are enough number of institutions in Hyderabad, like the ones I just mentioned, and many more. There are enough, again, academic institutions, number of brilliant colleges, brilliant higher education institutions, research institutions, and also a lot of youngsters who are very, very keen to become entrepreneurs, to innovate, etc. Now, the key point was to be able to bring all of them onto one platform, to see how we can create a synergy and how the government can play the role of an enabler. So the one takeaway for me on the 5th of June, when I ended up at Triple IT Hyderabad and ISB Hyderabad, was, if I wanted my state to be called as a startup state, probably what I would require is a fine synthesis of some, synergy between all these various institutions, and how we can probably bring them together. And the one X factor that was missing in comparison with Bangalore for Hyderabad was a vibrant innovation ecosystem. So that's how we started realizing that we needed to look at this closely. And that's how actually T-Hub became a reality. This was 2014, June 5th, when we started looking at this. In 2015, T-Hub actually took shape. And I have to share the story with you. I wanted nobody else other than Ratan Tata to inaugurate it. A lot of people asked me. He just passed away. I remember him fondly. I've had many interactions with him. A lot of people asked me, they said, there are a number of unicorn founders that you can get. Why are you calling Ratan Tata? I said, I think he really symbolizes, he truly symbolizes the kind of change I want to see in India. Because here is this septuagenarian, a 70-year-old plus man. Now I think when he passed, he was 86. A 70-plus-year-old man who's as old as the independent India, because India was also there about 65-odd years of independence. But you see this gentleman who's 70-plus, who could very happily retire, who could very happily move away because, he's wealthy, he's got he's got access to all the good things in life, he doesn't have to work at all. But you see him investing in a startup every other day. You see him trying to do something or the other new every single day to keep himself occupied. He keeps interacting. He keeps going to places, lecturing on innovation, etc., etc. So I was very keen. So I reached out to him. I said, Mr. Tata, I want you to come inaugurate this facility. He said, what is this T-Hub? So I made a pitch. I said, sir, this is actually probably the biggest incubator in India now. And this is going to be a place where all of the innovators will basically come together. They'll have mentorship. They'll have all kinds of logistical support from the government. They'll also probably be able to pitch to the venture capital. It was a very nascent idea. Unfortunately, he was sick. He said, I'm sick, I can't travel. He said, I'd be happy to do it virtually. I said, no. I want you to come. I want you to come and inspire all of us. He said, that would mean a couple of months. I'm going through a medical procedure. I can only come a couple of months later. I said, fine. We actually postponed the event by, I think, 2 or 3 months just to make sure Mr. Ratan Tata was here. And the reason why I'm mentioning, because, when you hear the name Tata, you think of a large truck or a large manufacturing facility in Jamshedpur, a steel industry. But when you see the man and when you see the kind of investments he's making, it's very inspirational. So I wanted him to come. He came in on the 5th of November, 2015. I remember distinctly. And he made a fantastic speech when he saw the facility, interacted with the startups. This is what he said. And that is my biggest takeaway in my interactions with Mr. Ratan Tata. He said, T-Hub, this facility that I've just inaugurated, is a symbol, is a face of modern India. This is what he had said. And that is what I take most pride in. I was, of course, wanting to lash on to the lowest hanging fruit. So therefore, I went to ISB. Therefore, I went to IIIT Hyderabad. And then we also started seeing how we can really, like I said, probably scale up and, grow up, into a next level. That's when I started touring the world. I traveled to the US many a times, to the Valley, and also many other inspiring incubation hubs and nodes and, important so-called, destinations. Result of all these interactions was we realized, if India really has to be a force in the world in terms of our ability to challenge the world, ability to actually connect with the rest of innovation ecosystem in the world, we also need scale. So we decided that we will actually create the world's largest tech incubator in India, and that too in Hyderabad. So the initial phase of T-Hub was only about 75 to 78,000 square foot in terms of physical space. Could only accommodate about 200 startups. But then we wanted to create the world's largest. So then we went about methodically again, and this time we have, where you were yesterday, in fact, that place, the T-Hub phase 2, we used to call it reactor. I'm not sure what this government is calling it anymore. But we created almost 570,000 square foot of space, which can eventually accommodate more than 2,000 startups under one single roof. And alongside that, while we were working on this, alongside that, we basically carved out about 18 acres of prime real estate in Hyderabad Knowledge City. Alongside the T-Hub, we also created India's largest prototyping facility called as T-Works, so that, hobbyists, enthusiasts, anybody who's wanting to create a product prototype can actually dabble in that. It could be a youngster, a college student, or could just be a hobbyist, or could just be somebody else. We created T-Works. And alongside of these two, we also created what is called as Image Tower. Now, Image literally stands for innovation in animation, multimedia, gaming, and entertainment. Now, between all three of them, we have decided to create 1.5 million square foot of constructed space, which would eventually have more than 5,000 startups working under one single roof, and that truly would be the world's largest innovation campus. So this was the vision of our government in terms of creating T-Hub, T-Works, Image, all in one location, co-located together, so that these kids could work with each other, talk to each other, get inspired, and also network, and also grow as time passes. Now, I think we've had some great successes also from T-Hub, T-Works, and I can tell you it's a unique PPP model what we've created with backing from the government, and along with support from industry leaders. and premier educational institutions. T-Hub became a living, breathing ecosystem, and it wasn't long before it began to make waves. It played a pivotal role in positioning Telangana as a hub for entrepreneurship, nurturing thousands of startups in the state, connecting them to investors, mentors, and industry leaders. And we did not stop at this. We started creating more and more of such incubators. We have created India's only, one and only, women entrepreneurship hub, called as a V-Hub. Then subsequently, we also created what is called as RICH, the Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, which again brings about a synergy between academic institutions, the marketplace out there, so that you actually start researching and working more, not on what is what is of interest to us, but also to the market outside. We also then subsequently wanted to catch our innovators young. So we brought in some very brilliant young minds from across the world. Dr. Shanta Tautam is sitting right in front of me. She was working in the US. She has a PhD. She's a doctor. I brought her from the US, made her the CEO of Telangana State Innovation Cell, whose intent was to work with the 26,000 government schools that there are in Telangana, catch our young minds. In association with the Education Department, we launched what is called as a School Innovation Challenge, and we went about identifying entrepreneurs from rural backgrounds, entrepreneurs who are coming out with some socially useful products, and we wanted to create more and more of such vehicles. The momentum ultimately led us from 200 startups in 2014 to now more than 5,000 startups in Hyderabad in a span of 10 years. We have, but I think the sheer numbers don't really matter. If you ask me, it's not the quantity, but I think it's the quality. So therefore, I'm also super proud that some of these startups have made waves across the world. In fact, a T-Hub incubatee called as Skyroot was the first Indian space tech company to have sent a satellite into the orbit. Now that is the kind of impact we've been able to create. Also, over the past 8-9 years, T-Hub has contributed to a total investment of more than $3.5 billion in the startups that it has nurtured. Of course, fueled innovation with more than 600 corporate partnerships, facilitated 500 mentor connections, and engaged with more than 3,000 startups. Well, I can go on and on about T-Hub because it was my baby, but I think I've said enough on that. Like I said, we've also created a number of other institutions, but the last thing I'll tell you before I quit. We believed very strongly in the 3I mantra to spur further innovation. What do I mean, the 3I mantra? We said, we have to innovate, incubate, incorporate. At the same time, we also, while we do this, we also wanted to focus as a whole, and I'm sure Jayesh must have mentioned it when he was here. What's important, Dr. Suresh, is I think all of us can learn from each other. We collaborated with many other states. We collaborated with Goa. We collaborated with, I remember, Delhi. We also collaborated with Assam in terms of helping them from our learnings, from our experience on how we could probably build incubators at a faster pace, how we could probably help them without having to reinvent the wheel. And most importantly, I think the 3I mantra that I was espousing all along, innovation, infrastructure, and most important is inclusive growth. We cannot be elitist. Incubators can't just be in tier 1 cities. They can't just be in Hyderabad's and Chennai's and all the metros. We have to spread them to tier 2 and tier 3 towns. That's exactly what we've done in Telangana. In about 10 tier 2 towns in Telangana, the government of Telangana had created lovely IT hubs in which we also have a space dedicated for innovation for T-Hub at a rural tier 2 destination. We also have what is called as TASK, the Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge, so that a job seeker can go to TASK, a job creator, a potential job creator can come to T-Hub or can come to T-Works. So this is the kind of whole of ecosystem approach that we have taken, and it's been a fascinating journey. Today I'm proud to share with you as I stand here that my state truly is a startup state, because in the first 10 years of its existence, it went from being ranked 14th in terms of per capita income in 2014 to number 1 in 2023 when we actually relinquished office. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Look forward to continued conversations, and I hope you continue to enjoy Hyderabad and your visits here. Cheers. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good evening, and thank you for staying so late. And we are the last of the panels, I guess. I'm Madhusudan Rao, I'm CEO of AIC CCMB, and it's my pleasure to host the very accomplished, personnel of whom I know for a long time. And the topic that we have is something on biotechnology breakthroughs, transforming healthcare, energy, and agriculture for sustainable growth. So, as you've been hearing in the morning talks, what we know is, looking at the population, as we saw in the previous slide, by 2050, the way we depend on the natural resources, we need another Earth. We need another Earth to support the population by 2050. So, where does the food come from? What kind of opportunities that we have? And also today, if you look around, there are a lot of biotechnology breakthroughs, and we believe that it gives a lot of opportunities and ideas to overcome some of these challenges that we are looking at. We should be looking at is, as a humanity, we've been making mistakes and correcting them. Are we making the right choices today to face the challenges of tomorrow? For example, I'll give you one of the pressures on supporting the growing population is food. And then for food generation, should we be expanding the agriculture land, or should we, because that results in occupying the forest areas, which are very important in climate control. So there is a choice whether is that the right choice to expand the agriculture, or should we be looking at increasing the productivity or reducing the waste? So many things are there. There are options that we go for. And as you see in today's, in India, there is a very large emphasis on looking at biotechnology or bio-based processes to solve many of our problems. Whether it is, organism engineering or bioprocesses, converting the technologies from chemical processes to enzymatic processes, there are a lot of opportunities. What I'm going to take the help of our panel is to ask them what is, in their opinion, the so-called biotechnology breakthroughs have a role play in the sustainable growth that we are talking about. So before that, as you know, our Rachna has was a former student of CCMB, and then she's become an entrepreneur and very successful entrepreneur, startup a few years ago, and have done very well. And then we have Mrityunjay Sir, who is a kind of a very popular person in the startup ecosystem and was completely responsible for the ecosystem we created in Odisha. And I think we have been knowing him for a long time. And Dr. Yogeshwar Rao, who has been with CSR for a long time and has seen so many business development related projects for CSR, and also was the advisor to the PSA. And we have Dr. Akriti Sharma, who is the CEO of Pusa Krishi, was a scientist, and she's been very much interested in making sure the agriculture discoveries that are made in academic institutes are translated to the field. So these are all very important aspects of what we're talking about today on the sustainable growth. So what I plan to do is, I kind of ask each of the panelists to talk about a couple of minutes about their opinion on what is their thinking, and then probably I have one question for each, and then we'll wrap it up. So I'll start with Rachna. Can you, based on your experience, what do you think the impact of biotechnology breakthroughs in sustainable growth, and where do you think one can, what should be the emphasis and so on and so forth?
In this fast changing environment where we have made this environment unpredictable. I remember during our childhood it was said that when the rain comes, when the summer comes, when the winter comes. Now we don't know when what comes. When the flood comes, when the hurricane comes, that's what is all around. And we have to live with it right now, until unless we take some strict measures. I belong to healthcare, and we develop different diagnostic tests. What I have seen that we used to think initially 5 to 10 infections, if you have assays for that, you are covering majority of diseases, and it's done. Today, we make a panel of 50 organisms to test respiratory disease, a panel of 30 organisms to test the fever, and next day I come to know that no, it is not sufficient. One more should be added, 2 more should be added. So yes, we are working on a fast pace. We have to, as the doctor said before this talk, that we have to work on fast pace. We have the microorganisms are much smaller and much faster in evolution. So to deal with them, to tackle them, I think biotechnology and healthcare, especially biotechnology, is going to play a very strong role to have, to give us strength to tackle with these all unpredictable situations and unpredictable infections.
Thank you, Rachna, on that. This is for Mrityunjay, and you have seen, you were a scientist to begin with, and then you became a kind of supporter of startups and things like that.
Yeah, good. Thank you. I think for the interest, I know the maximum the crowd is from incubation fraternity. I think they're incubation leadership. So like some of you, I'm also a professor. Still, I'm a professor. But this is a very interesting area, as Professor Rao mentioned about the breakthroughs. My message to all of you, I always bring positivity. That always breakthrough never happens in metros. It also comes in other cities. So do not underestimate yourself. I'll give you a couple of examples. Like I come from Bhubaneswar. When I went to, let's say, Yogeshwar Garu or H.K. Mittal sir, of course they supported us. But always they had expectation, the innovations may not happen, the breakthroughs never happens from such cities. But they supported, and with the kind of path building exercise or the ecosystem exercise, you could build on a very strong incubation ecosystem where a lot of breakthrough happening in the health sector. So I'll give an example, like when company came up, Ezrex technology, out of the blue, he never talked about AI, but he came to us, we looked at body language, helped them, brought the connect, brought sort of clinicians on board, investment, funding from government on board, and tried to connect to a lot of clinicians to do the trial, including the regulatory authorities. You're very surprised this company, Google HRX, is growing up and up. One individual, group of individuals, companies, now there are more than 50 employees, and Mankind has put money, Sun Pharma has put money, they exited it, they exited it, now raising more amount of money. Why I'm saying this, breakthrough never happens, always never happens in metros, it has to also happen. So those who are incubation managers, please think about it. If you build right strategies, breakthrough might happen from your cities, your places, be it Bhatinda or be it from somewhere from Manipur. You never know, somebody is coming to you, and if you really build a path for them, that things will happen. Second example, somebody comes in, let's say I'll talk about two girls comes in, says they want to make organic batteries out of crop residues. We said, come on, this is not possible. Because how can you make it? Now, it'd be very surprising, this twin sister creating this company called Nexus Power, awarded everywhere now, and raised 2 rounds of money, really making batteries out of crop residues. And these are unheard examples which are coming out of Bhubaneswar. And I want to share with you because if you really build a right sort of ecosystem with right mentors, right kind of enablers, that's what you could build here. Yogesh Rauji in our board, and also Mittal sir comes there. Everyone, I think it's a very close ecosystem where we talk to each other and try to take help from each other. So that's the message. Breakthroughs are happening all across the country. It's not about only confined to Hyderabad, Bangalore, Pune, and Delhi anymore. So please build your ecosystem so strong, breakthroughs will come from you. And we'll have more examples like this coming from all of you. Thank you so much.
I have one more thing from Mujib. That is the so-called technologies that we are hoping that they would develop in terms of replacing chemical processes with bio-based processes. What, in your opinion, is the cycle time for something to mature and actually contribute and make an impact to the problem that we started with, to address that problem? And are we okay with that? Like, as you know, life cycle of a life science startup or a product will take, say, several years. So do you think these approach that we are following, especially biotechnology-based solutions, would they reach at the right time so that the so-called sustainable growth is actually addressed? What do you think in your opinion?
Very good. I think morning you have heard very powerful talk from Krishna Ellaji, who said when he came, a lot of problems, he didn't understand, he went to different people, and also made him, he learned a lot of things very quickly. And still the problem exists regulatory or a lot of this time period to go from TRL 6 to 7 to 8. It only exists everywhere. It exists in other countries. Now what is, he's asking a question, I think it's very of a philosophical question at the moment, but I can only tell you that yes, looking at the new policies coming, the government is pushing like a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of incubators coming forward, incubation leadership coming forward, enablers pushing these manufacturing practices, the Bio3 policy coming in, the lot of infrastructure is built up, and also you heard from Praveen Roy-ji and then our MD Bairak, Jitendra Kumar-ji, who talks about how do we also help through CDSCO, bringing them on board, helping startups to understand or bring a clarity, not to go to other consultants who confuse you. So if I look at the whole ecosystem now being developed in India, and we come as a enabler for startups coming in forward, government comes in putting a lot of resources, I could feel that the time period could be shortened, but there is always a definite time period. So you have to understand, don't think it is going to take like an IT kind of job boom at the moment, but the timings are important. If you talk to Rachna ji or Cecil sitting here, it takes time, regulatory times, validations, trial, you have to go to government laboratories, they have their own agenda, means they have their own setup. So you have to understand it takes time. However, having said that, the way we are now pushing, creating the path for our manufacturing capabilities of India, I could see a bright future where you can think of, yes, many places we can shorten down the time, and government also understand, regulatory people also understand. Now we are creating a lot of capacity on regulatory compliances. There are many enablers coming in forward. So this is a plus point, and personally as an enabler from Odisha, Bhubaneswar, I could see a lot of things that are happening in our side. And of course, Hyderabad is doing quite good, and many of you are doing quite good job. India will have a bright future in biomanufacturing. That's what the new policy also talks about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrityunjay. That's kind of addresses the problem that we are facing. This is for Dr. Akriti. Today, this is one of the most important, the top of the list is the food for the growing population. So there is so much of opportunities here. How can you, if you look at the productivity of various crops and across the world, there is a huge difference. So that is something, is that the way to go about increasing the food production, or should we be increasing the agriculture area, is one kind of a solution. And the other one is, how do you look at waste to wealth kind of issues, because people talk about biofuels and taking biofuels from agriculture waste and things like that. But again, there's always issues against them also. So I thought I'll like to hear your opinion on the role of breakthroughs in agriculture technology in addressing the sustainable growth.
Thank you so very much for the opportunity. First, I would like to thank ISBA. We are the youngest member of ISBA now, and we have recently done an MOU with them, and there are very new faces over here. So IRI is basically, as you have mentioned, that we are dealing with tech transfer as well. And of course, we cannot increase the area of agriculture. Rather, we have various tools, including the vertical farming and hydroponics and various other tools in which we can do that in the closed spaces. But still, that is something which is very limited. And we have to just see about the productivity rise that we can think of through the sustainable mechanisms, rather than, getting into, again, the same kind of vicious cycle of making the soil really unfertile and getting into the, so I'm sitting in IICT and I'm talking against chemicals. So chemical fertilizers, of course. So for that matter, of course, this tech transfer is one part and the tech dissemination is another part. So what we are dealing with is whatever varieties through genetic engineering that we are developing, or through crossbreeding, or multiple other new breeding techniques, I would just name like in a single word, I would say. We are trying to disseminate those technologies through PPP, in which we are, like, every incubator must be having associated tech transfer wing, of course, within the institutions. But we have a little different kind of a structure where we are dealing with the non-exclusive licensing, because we are majorly dealing with the products or the technologies which are related to farmers. So we want them to reach to farmers at the bare minimum price and in the quickest and widest possible manner. So we are not even doing the valuation for our technologies. We are keeping it because we are a public funded institution. We got our funding for research from public, and we are keeping it bare minimum, and we are trying to give it to many SMEs actually who are there operating in that particular space, specifically like basmati. So we have various varieties covering more than 90% of the basmati area of the country from IRI. So like that, biofertilizers, then we have decomposers specifically to take care of that waste to wealth problem. So decomposition, so there are like in situ and ex situ practices, we know about that. Calorific value of specifically the rice stubble is very low as compared to other biofuels. So that is something which is a challenge that our startups are facing. But then they are taking various other measures also to take care of that rice residue. Many are getting into making the silage from that. Many are getting into making some kind of secondary packaging material from that, or some are taking care of that through decomposition on the fields.
Okay.
So that is something which is getting done. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is for Dr. Yogeshwar Rao. Yogeshwar has a very, very long experience being a scientist, but also as a business manager at CSIR. So I would like to hear your comment. Having seen the system for a long time, what kind of structural changes or organizational changes that you think are relevant to achieve these kind of breakthroughs to be realized and have an impact on on the sustainability?
First of all, I feel the breakthrough word itself is a little uncomfortable. I think in this particular area of biotechnology, which has got a long gestation period, and you would find that it's difficult to achieve breakthroughs day in and out. You require a long time. So you will find it very difficult for the breakthroughs. Yes, you can bring out some good and promising technologies, but breakthroughs are not going to happen every day. For breakthroughs won't happen in vacuum. You have to plan and you have to sustain them for long periods. Unfortunately, I see within this government or generally in the government and R&D setups, we don't sustain any activity for long. Much before it gives you the results, we exit from that particular area. And then we realize after some time that, say, oh, we should have done long time back this. We have done something and we left it. I'll give you one example. If many of you people may be knowing NPL, National Physical Laboratory. They were one of the pioneers. Very early in 1950s, 60s, they started the photovoltaics. They were the first people to do the solar energy, solar kind of a thing. But then somewhere around 60s or early 70s, they left the field. Totally they left the field. Now when actually the solar energy become very critical and become very important, they are not there. And this is what happens in many of the areas, that you would find that the sustaining that particular area becomes very, very critical. See, morning actually what, for example, Krishna Ella has mentioned, China, how did it go? They have chosen 5 areas and they've invested a good amount of money over a long period to achieve certain amount of success in that particular thing. Maybe you can call some breakthroughs or some promising technologies from that. I think we are not planning that. I looked at the BioE3, lot of people talk about BioE3. If there are some DBT people, please excuse me for this thing. It is like, if you see that BioE3 policy, which I have gone through, it has got everything under the DBT, what is doing is put under BioE3. And you would find that it lacks focus. There is no focus. If you say, I'm going to say this area, this area, this area, then you would have got something to really proud of, or developing something in the future. No, everything under the sun, you put it under that particular thing, it can't be any more, anyway, it is a cabinet note, so you have to give the credit, whatever, and
it's more like an intent of the department.
See, but that lacking the focus, so you want to spend 1,500 crores for what?
Yeah.
So the same thing, for example, morning Krishna was mentioning, if suppose your startup is there and they want to do GMP material, where are the facilities in India, GMP facilities? We don't have. May be available with the industry, but they are not available for the startups.
Yes.
Now, how do we do? NBM, when they did the National Biopharma Mission, where they have spent a lot of money in creating these facilities, again they created in the industry. Not in the general, where it could be accessed by the startups. So this is where the problem. Somewhere we start with good intention, but somewhere we divert from that particular thing and get into something else. Actually, this brings me to another point, that I think I'm a little concerned about that particular thing. This I express because a lot of you people are managers here. So we have a lot of role to play in that particular thing. The concern is like this. When you want to do something, we looking in the biotechnology space, I have looked at a lot of technologies that have been in various incubation centers and other things. They are all low-hanging fruits. Basically, we are taking the low-hanging fruits and trying to do the things which is not available in the country, but somewhere elsewhere available, which simply develop the technology and then try to put. This is what I call is that the syndrome of APA syndrome, that active pharmaceutical ingredients, APA syndrome, that they have done, they never did any novel research, they never did any discoveries, they always copied what is available somewhere and then introduced in the Indian market. I think we are getting into the same syndrome even the biotech also. When they did 30, 40 years or 50 years back, that time perhaps it is apt for that particular industry, but it is no more this thing. Because in biotech industry, we have matured to a good extent. I think we should look at technologies that may give you a breakthrough or at least give you a good promising technologies, which we are not looking at it. I think these are so I would request many of you people to encourage those technologies which are novel and which are, I would say first of its kind. You should encourage. How you encourage and other thing you should look at from your own planning system and other thing. And if you can do, that will make a lot of good. So this is my real concern in the sense when I look at, even for example, medical devices, lot of applications used to be for medical devices. And these medical devices also you will find quite a few of them are already exist in the market. And those things that they will try to do, if somebody was trying to do a blood pressure monitor, he will add one more parameter to that and try to develop another medical device for that. I mean, this is same thing is happening. And another interesting feature is that you would find that similar kind of thing, there may be at least a dozen companies will be doing within the country. And I don't know. Ultimately, who will succeed and who will survive, I don't know. But this is a point that one need to really carefully look at.
I think people look for access and affordability when something costs here around $5,000 and the local
ultimately
supply.
you are going to cut price. Ultimately, you are going to cut each other, and you will come to a stage where you won't even make the cost of the money. Also, you will not be able to.
Like that's what the Shanta Biotech story, where it used to be several thousand.
That's we all know
local production has brought down, and it became more accessible for everybody. So that's the benefit.
The manufacturer didn't make much money.
Yes.
Initially made, subsequently.
So the last question for each of the panel, I think they can quickly give an answer on their own, is we take really pride being the fifth country in terms of GDP and all these things. But at the same time, there is a very serious issue of equity, right? Whether financial or health equity. So what should be done, in your opinion, very quickly in a couple of sentences? I start with Rachna.
I think we need to strengthen our overall societal system. Be more open to the people who want to do something. As the sir mentioned, that when you are making API and there is a short-term benefit, immediately the people are ready to invest in you. You get people to work, but when it comes to the innovation, when it comes to achieving your long-term goal, for short-term things, lot of funds are available, people are available, but when it comes to the long-term goal, when you really want to do something, you want to create a good product which requires time, money, and patience, overall society is not supportive.
Okay.
It's like nobody, we all of us talk, but when it really comes to doing, there is no support.
I completely agree, but a couple of things here, because since last 17 years I am in this business of incubation, being a professor, and of course, also that in Bhubaneswar, Odisha, I realized if you do good, we have to all come together. So collaborations, cooperation, convergence is missing in our ecosystem. We are all doing things in isolation, be it government with incubator, because you bring policies and then you say we want to support startup, but when the startup goes there, you don't get it. So the single window clearance, I don't know where the window is, but we don't get clearance. People are all going pillar to pillar. Now I'm not commenting everyone, but only I'm saying if all of us we come together, talk to or not bring awareness to the bureaucracy, the politicians, and bring the right kind of policy, not just to have being a project document, but to implement, that needs more strategic of collaborations, cooperation, convergence. If that is happening in our country, I think we can do wonders. Yeah. And that is totally missing. We have examples like he mentioned about breakthroughs not happening. I'll give an example where a lady, Nusrat Sangamitra, you can Google it, created the most inventive company coming out of India, making a protein which folds, unfolds, getting into liver, drills into liver cells. It looks like fantasy, right? Gets into liver cells, release the drug molecule. Pfizer, Novartis, everybody is watching her. She is very early stage of TRL. It takes a lot of time. The committee said it is not going to happen. And it was rejected. But somehow we managed to make it happen. Got some funding. Now everybody is putting money there. It needs people to understand. It needs, so the Novartis will understand, Pfizer will understand. But somehow our ecosystem doesn't understand much. It takes a lot of time. If it happens, everybody is going to use their technology for therapeutics. So that's what the whole idea, we have to come together for collaborations, cooperation, and convergence. Thank you so much. I have to catch flight, so I have to fly.
So the point which he was saying is that I agree with her totally, and what my colleague Mrutyunjay said also I agree. Actually, if you find that, the startups find it very difficult to get funding during the growth phase. When in the first 2 years, you will get some sort of a funding from either BIRAC or XYZ, this thing. Initially, some of these things, what I call is early stage funding, you get. But when it comes to really you have to start, when you require larger funds, There is no scheme that exists. There is no scheme which can support you something like 2 crores, 3 crore rupees or something. Venture fellows won't come there because they feel it is a long way to go. As Krishna said in the morning, there is no predictability that your phase 1 clinical studies will get cleared or your preclinical studies will get cleared or not, you don't know. So no investor is going to come and invest the money into that particular thing. So what we require is really a scheme that would help the biotech industry during the growth phase. That's what I would call is that maybe 2.5 years or 3 years to 5-6 years. That is what is required in that period. The second thing is that quite often you will find that if you take a product development in the biotechnology area, it will go through different phases. If it is a health product, you would find initial product development, preclinical studies, clinical studies, then product launching, all those things goes. And you can't expect a particular initial founders or initial researchers who enters into this to have all these experience from one spectrum to the other end of this thing. So what we need to encourage in this country is mergers and acquisitions. And this is how in the West has been really, grown much faster in mergers and acquisitions. So you develop a product, give it to somebody, you make your money, that fellow will add further knowledge to it and he will sell it to someone else. Like that, it will change 3-4 hands before the product gets into the market. Yeah. I think that is what we need to encourage. And maybe ISBA can take a lead for in the next conference. Yeah. May they try to see whether they can have something like mergers and acquisitions. Project a dozen technologies who would be ready to
merge. Thank you, sir.
Next, to move to the next stage. I think that is something that they should do. And that's what is going to help the biotech industry greatly.
Thank you. Akriti, you have a...
So nothing much different from what the other speakers have said, rather specifically putting the perspective of agriculture that, of course, the gestation period for the products which are coming from agri-biotech, that too is long. But there are funding facilities available for the funding of 2 crores or 3 crores, like this accelerator fund of the NFW, which is coming in of 500 CR. But what is the challenge with that is that we need to sensitize the evaluators or the people who are going to select the startup with those eyes, who could actually evaluate what the innovation is and who could actually, think about and understand that, okay, now this kind of a thing would take at least 6 to 7 years or 10 years. So people need quick returns, people need quick, impact even from the government. They say, tomorrow you should have a farmer's impact. So that kind of mindset has to be, changed from the government's perspective.
It looks like the risk appetite is less in Indian ethos, I guess. So I think we need to, and probably all of us acknowledge the advantages of the West that has invested heavily even before a good idea comes up. They don't mind failures. So the risk aversion is something that we keep talking about. I think the things have changed. As an incubator last 6-7 years, last couple of years I've seen there is a lot of interest among the investors to look at biotechnology startups and then don't mind wait for a few years before they mature. So they're not still investing in discovery, but at least they're investing in those technologies at TRL 3 or 4. And with that, I'll thank each one of you for being here and then sparing time for this conference. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We are amongst the top 3 startup destinations already. We have the largest youth population in our country. For India to achieve the next level of growth, our students, our youth has to enterprise. I think that is something that we agree on. Now, we have to understand whether our students are thinking about entrepreneurship, whether they are engaging in entrepreneurship. And this is what we are trying to answer in this report. The first data point that I will go to is that 14% of these students, these are students who are in the university, they are in second year, third year, fourth year. When we go to them and say, what would you be at the end of the graduation? They say, I want to become an entrepreneur. There are 14% students who say this. Then we ask them, what would happen 5 years after you've graduated? What would you be doing? Then they imagine, 31% of them imagine, I will be an entrepreneur. So the number goes up from 14% to 31%, right? At the same time, if we say how many of you would be in employment, then at graduation 70%, 69% say I will be in employment, government, private, etc., etc. But at the end of 5 years, that number drops to 52%. This is what is interesting. There is increase in entrepreneurial inclination amongst the students. They are seeing it as a career option, right? Now, why are our students suddenly, not suddenly, of course there are reasons for it, we know, but now I'm going to go across my panels and say, how do you explain this? How come our students are suddenly more interested? Are these numbers reliable? Are they blabbering too much? Is our survey wrong? Let me be critical, right? So to do that, I'll first go to Professor Sankalp Pratap from IIT Bombay's Desai School of Entrepreneurship, relatively new school on entrepreneurship. Professor Sankalp has also been with IIT Jodhpur before. He has wide experience in teaching entrepreneurship, in engaging with incubation center and seeing incubators come up in the campuses. So Professor Pratap, in your opinion and experience, how do you explain these numbers?
Yeah, the number seems reasonable to me based on the interaction that I have had on at least the IIT campuses. The number seems reasonable. And you asked about what could be the mechanisms through which these numbers have come about. And
yeah, right. What is it that is inspiring these students to now suddenly say entrepreneurship can be my career?
Right. So I would pick 3 bullet points and have a few sentences on each of them. One is could be attributed to social learning theory itself. So youngsters are, despite our competitive exam mania, they are still getting some time to browse their mobile phones, even when they are preparing for the exams. And what they are finding there are certain youngsters getting felicitated, getting clapped on LinkedIn or Instagram, right? And that's a very powerful message for them. So, those kind of icons have always been there. Steve Jobs have always been there, so has been Bill Gates. But when it is closer home, it starts hitting that I can also do it. And by the same logic, if there is somebody on your campus who has done it, once you come in and you start hearing in hostels, oh, in hostel 4, Shibabrata Das of Attenborough, isi room mein rehta tha. That is when suddenly this uptick, because now those examples have got created, and every campus would benefit from promoting more and more of such, maybe even putting their posters at night when nobody is seeing. That's one. The other is the various government programs, like the Institution Innovation Council itself. You use the word entrepreneurship as a career. In the first quarter of their program, so they have this yearly, now we'll have ISC 7.0. So in the first quarter itself, the first bullet point in the PDF that they'll share with all ISCs is hold a session for students with the title Entrepreneurship as an Industry or as a Career. So the government is doing its bit on these things. They are setting up tinkering labs, they are funding that. And Smart India Hackathon, such a huge open innovation model, apparently the world's largest open innovation model, around 2,800 colleges participated this year with 50 teams each. That's a huge number. So these kind of programs, the people are already imitating, trying to imitate those who have been successful. The first student team which started on campus and has now gone on to get an IPO, that's Idea Forge. These are big milestones in our landscape. And finally, I would say the entrepreneurship education infra, again, which has been set up, whether it be entrepreneurship as a subject in class 11th and 12th, the textbooks are already out in NCERT, right? Colleges are having separate entrepreneurship verticals or departments. So I think I would say these three things are actually putting those numbers which you have there.
Great. Thank you, Professor Pratap. I think I resonate with you on the social learning theory. There are role models that are getting created because of the money that the government is spending, the programs that are coming out which are supporting students in innovation and entrepreneurship. And there are now thousands of Institute Innovation Council, and especially the NIRF ranking has an innovation category. A lot of entrepreneurship data goes there. So universities have an incentive now to promote entrepreneurship to be better at the NIRF ranking, right? But that's just IITs. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Let's talk about other institutions. I'll go to my other panelist, Professor Davinder Singh, who is with BMU in NCR area. And there is so this is an interesting incubation center. They have community innovation center from Atal Innovation Mission. They also run Startup India Seed Fund. They also have the Genesis from MIT. In a corporate-backed environment, would you reason these numbers the same way, or is there some influence of the corporate leadership being there, corporate taste being there, people being there, which is shaping students' intention?
Thank you, Isba, for inviting me here. I'm honored and happy to represent the university and the incubator. Now, I just would like to kind of put few dates in perspective. India, this Institution Innovation Council initiative started in 2019. AICs came in 2017. And a lot more emphasis on startup ecosystem from the government came in the second term of the government, which is somewhere around 2019 onwards. Our university opened in 2014. Our incubator started in 2020. So good 6 years, there was no incubator, no IICs, nothing. Yet we had 12 startups, 10 of them being in revenue stage, without an incubator, without an official IIC or anything existing there. The reason we believe is that right from the beginning, there was this desire to promote entrepreneurship amongst the students. And this, of course, was largely because the corporate backing us, the Munjal family, has a strong rise because of entrepreneurial spirit that the group had. And all that we did was really put few courses as part of the program, encourage the students to think differently, pursue different options. And being a new university, we did not get initially the top performers from the school or their undergrad. What we got was people who were good performers, but not necessarily chasing after grades. They were ones who were trying to think differently, do different things, and were willing to take a bit of risk. I mean, coming to a campus which is not even ready, coming to a place which doesn't have a history of education, meant that people came with that spirit. And I think that was one of the reasons we had such a good output in a short period of time. So I would add on to it that incubators, ISCs, funding schemes have encouraged, because our number of students which have come afterwards into the incubation and startup is increased. But eventually it has to be the culture that we create, the opportunity we give, and the acceptability at the institute would be a big factor.
Great. Thank you. So that's a slightly different perspective, in a corporate-backed environment, and also there were no incubators, so why were these people enterprising, right? That's an interesting question to ask. Let me switch this discussion to now the third part on the slide, which is active entrepreneurs and nascent entrepreneurs. The earlier data is only about who wants to be what, but let's see right now how many students are actually enterprising, and the data says 38% students in total are working on an idea. 5% have a revenue generating business as a student currently, and 33% are at nascent stages, right? 33% nascent, only 5%, and 5% is lower compared to global standards. 33% is really high. So I'm going to go to my third panelist, Dinesh here, who runs the Stanford Seed Spark program, which was earlier focused on students, and now not. Now they work with incubators to take ventures which are post-student level. because they found something unique, something specific which did not work for them when they were working with the student startups. So, what was it? And the data says the intention to action gap is huge. 33% are working, only 5% have a revenue generating idea. So what was your experience, and how can we bridge this gap?
Thank you, ISBA team, for inviting us and sharing knowledge through this conference. So a little bit of context. Seed Spark is an online program run by Stanford Seed for early traction stage startups. We help them move from stage 1 to 10, initial growth stage. So we piloted this program. We started this program in 2020. The admission model is a bit different. We do not directly admit entrepreneurs. We collaborate with incubators and accelerators, and our collaborators nominate the entrepreneurs to our program. There are many of our collaborators who are members of ISBA here. When we piloted in 2020, we started with 2 incubators and then 2 accelerators. So VIT TBI was our very initial incubator. When we started having, in the initial cohort was 75 entrepreneurs. That's the first cohort in 2020 we piloted. Almost, I would say 40% of them were students who were in their final years of college, right? And when we noticed first 2 cohorts, pilot dropout rate, students as the biggest population had the highest dropout rate, right? The rest of the entrepreneurs who are currently building their startup, full-time working on their startup, were completing the program more seriously. That was one reason. And then when we were diving deep into why this is happening, is there something that the program is not matching? There was an interesting behavior we found. Students are treating the program also like an academic program. They are treating as part of our program, we have mentoring options where we pair each startup with a business leader who's a senior business leader who will come and mentor these startups. And also we provide them business templates to work on. Students started treating these templates as academic activities, and then they are not clear on what questions to ask to the mentor, so that the mentoring relationship was not very clear and they were not sure how to take best use of it. As opposed to an entrepreneur who's out of the academic institution, in the market, trying to do the product market fit or grow their startup, there is a stark difference. And then that behavior also helped us fine-tune our product market fit, and then we said, okay, students who are currently in academia, we will not take them into the program, we'll take alumni into the program. So this was a learning during the early pilot stages, which was in 2020 and 21. Having said that, now later when we were in the 2023 stage, right now we are running our Spark 9th cohort. Between cohorts, where we were doing 5th, 6th cohorts, we identified a new pattern of a different stage of students. We were having PhD scholars who were at the end of their PhD life cycle, 4 year or 5 years of their PhD work. When they joined our program through an incubator, typically deep tech and biotech, they were more committed than the entrepreneurs who are working in the market. It's more like they had the domain knowledge, and then they had spent a lot of years on their work, and they want to make a very good non-academic, or I'm using the word commercial with careful intonation, non-academic application-oriented use of their research work.
Sure.
And that's a pattern that we also seen. So when we think of students, it doesn't always have to be UG, PG. There's also PhD students.
Yeah. So you're saying that the orientation of there are sub-segments within the student population, and the orientation could be different. While senior students with more years of education in a PhD program, they're more serious about it. They see the validity of it. But the students in early ages, in undergraduation, they are probably treating this as an academic exercise, and that's why maybe a swell number, 33% are working on an idea. It could be there are thousands of IICs now, so it's possible that they're doing a project kind of thing, which they are reporting as a venture now, right? That could explain. But then if Stanford Spark would not engage with the students, then who would? And the answer is the incubation center in the campus. So there are several entities which are now focusing on accelerating these startups already owned by the incubator. But then what is the incubator's role in student startups journey? Okay, that is where I bring in the next statistic, which is that 26% of these student ventures, out of 13,800 students, 38% students say I'm working on an idea. Out of these 38%, 26% only are in their university incubator or in any other incubator, right? Only 1/4. Is this number good? Is this number bad? Are these too few? Are these too many? Let me go to Professor Pratap again and say, is incubator not reaching out to them? Are they not coming to incubator? Are the ideas not ready for the incubator, not baked enough? How do you see this number?
Right. On this number, I would agree that from what we have in mind, this number is not up there. So we should have greater percentage of teams wanting to go to the incubator. But is this a campus-specific incubator or any incubator at all?
This is any we also have breakdown of, is this your campus incubator or outside? We have the breakdown,
okay,
but
fine.
majorly it is their incubator in the campus.
Right. So possibly the linkage that has not, and the value that can be added, that has not possibly got communicated appropriately. And but at IIT Bombay, what we are attempting it that through, because the School of Entrepreneurship is both education and pre-incubation, and then handing over to Sign. So that is the linkage that from tinkering lab to education to pre-incubation to incubation. So in our mind, it is clear that that is the channel which we will be trying to lubricate as much as we can through our processes. And I agree that students can start, because those numbers can be misleading, students can start looking at it as just another course. In fact, there is research to indicate the dark side of entrepreneurship education, which is found that actually there are some education programs which can reduce the entrepreneurial intensity on campus. And there is a reason. Because you start showing a funnel which is very steep. You start saying, as the chief secretary was saying, 8% success rate. But you actually do not teach skills. You teach as you were teaching, let's say, I'm a student of strategic management. So you start teaching entrepreneurship as you would teach strategy. So then people would take it as an academic program and not as something to do. So that would explain why this research paper
and then we bore the hell out of the students in the classroom, and they say entrepreneurship is boring.
Yeah. So they would state that they are entrepreneurs, maybe to a consulting firm and a PE firm.
Yeah.
But actually, in their mind, they are not, because they have already disengaged from it because it has not been taught well.
So pedagogy is important. How we teach entrepreneurship has to be.
Course.
I mean, there are 49% students who say they have taken at least one course, either elective or compulsory, or they are in a specialized program. So half of them are studying entrepreneurship. We better be careful how we teach them.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Let me go to the next question in the interest of time, and go to Professor Davinder now, which is around university entrepreneurship climate. Are we doing what we are supposed to do? Are we building the culture of entrepreneurship in the right manner in our universities, or no, right? Are we teaching them entrepreneurship correctly, or are we actually moving them away by telling them more about entrepreneurship early on, right? So in your institution, at your host institution, how have you tried to build the culture of entrepreneurship to bring the management to sort of support the initiatives in the incubation center, to encourage the students? What are the best practices that you think are working well?
Yeah, I think I'll just quickly catch on to the 26% is not surprising, because you have also got 70% who say, I will pick it up after some time. I'm not immediately I'm going to join some corporate or some job, but after some time I'll come. And that's largely because and I look at, I'm talking now from a private university, a student pays a fair amount of money to go through any program. I mean, it could run upwards of 10 lakhs or even 15 lakhs. And if you're coming from a not a very endowed family, then you have this pressure to earn initially and then come to a stage where you can get into entrepreneurship or have your own venture. So they have an idea, they pursue it as part of their course projects. And I think that's one of the elements which helps. As an institute, if you provide a lot of experiential component to your pedagogy, and it could be across all courses. One of our startup who came up from two students who graduated from MBA, spent 20 lakhs each to go through the program. Right from the day one, they were very clear they want to run a venture, And all their class assignments, projects, etc., they were all centered around the venture. So they were very clear. So allowing students to really link their academic work with the venture that they want to set up is a very good way of encouraging this thing. And that really means that the faculty and the academic process has to acknowledge it. They need to give the due policy credits for what work you've done. Even give, like in our institute, we give 10% break on the attendance.
Okay.
And 1 year of deferred placement. So you can defer your placement by a year.
Sure.
So there are various policy matters plus the way you engage. I think that would help a lot.
Thank you. So I think that's telling us what is working. Let me ask the question the other way. How are we actually spoiling the entrepreneurial culture? I'll go to Professor Pratap and then I'll close with Dinesh. How is it that we are not building the culture right, or what are we doing wrong, in terms of encouraging students to take up entrepreneurship? And I'm particularly referring to the story of where do you position the incubator, the attitude of the host institution, and so on. Very brief and crisp answer, please.
Yeah. So the incubator, and this I'm drawing from my personal experience, particularly at Jodhpur. In our case, it was campus was building up. So the incubator somehow got located very far away from the hostels. And so we tried a lot number of things, but it was very clearly a losing battle. And that is when we understood that, you have to understand students as students. So they want a place where they can easily access and see what it is. Because they have so many assignments, so many things happening anyways, competitions, cultural fests and so on. So for entrepreneurship to be a dish that they savor, first the dish has to be close on the table. If it is too much in the corner, they might not see, they might not reach there. So the design of where these opportunities are, even physically, I think is very important. Yeah. And at the School of Entrepreneurship, in fact, we are setting up a sandbox of a building where you will have the maker space, the tinkering lab, the hackathon space, and the faculty lab and offices. Literally stones throw from the student hostels. So that needs to be, these kind of things need to be as close and as inviting to the students.
So proximity, the access to the incubator has to be created. It's not just, they will not understand incubation by just the, billboard that we put it out, or the lectures or the awareness programs that we do. It has to be close. There has to be a pizza shop, a cafe. Yeah. There has to be internet. We have to allow them freely in and then see. I'll move to Dinesh for the last comment for this panel. Dinesh, what do we need to change in our university? Yeah.
I would say invest more on the manager or lead or CEO running the incubator. It makes all the difference of the quality of the incubator and the ecosystem. We have seen that personally over a period of 4 years when we started working with 4. Right now we are working with 53 incubators across India, and we have spoken to 80, 90 incubators, and we have funneled and filtered, right? The only thing that always stands out is the commitment of the manager or the lead running the incubator.
Yes.
Takes it forward.
Yeah, so let's stick to one. Let's see if we can do one. And then maybe next time we'll study the rest of the two. So thank you so much for your inputs. I think one thing that we need to take away from all of this discussion is that our students, our youth is the future of entrepreneurship. If we have to move further up the ladder in terms of leading global entrepreneurship ecosystems. We need to further our academic institutions. We have to build our incubation network within them, and we have to make sure the culture is right, the academic environment is right. And all of our contribution in this agenda is going to advance the cause of entrepreneurship, student entrepreneurship in India and globally. Thank you very much to the panelists, and Kanan, thank you for helping us do this.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I have been involved in promoting entrepreneurship, innovation. When Telangana became a new state in 2014, and government was nudged towards becoming a state which supports startups, which takes technology solutions, which encourages them, and so on and so forth. So some of you would know that 10 years ago, the government came up with a new policy to support innovation and entrepreneurship, the Telangana Startup Policy. It set up institutions like T-Hub, etc. And then we got lots of talented people. Mr. Srinivas Kolipara is here, and Joginder is here. But we have had, from the very beginning, for the last 10 years, the concept was that while the government may have talented people also, but far better talent to run these kind of institutions exists outside the government, and we must somehow motivate them, co-opt them to work with us and run these institutions in a very professional way. So that has all happened, and I'm happy that some of the things that we have done in Telangana today are seen as national role models. Other states, other governments, other institutions come and look at us, write about us, take lots of takeaways and learnings from us, and of course implement them in their own ways in their states and cities, etc. So I just wanted to make a few observations, knowing the fact that majority of you are people who run these kind of institutions in your city, in your state, etc., or play a responsibility of having an oversight over these kind of an institution. I would like to share some things based on my own observation, because 10 years, as I said, I've been directly involved, deeply involved. I'm on the board of all these institutions, T-Hub, T-Works, T-Hub, and many others as well. So one thing which I recall in 2014, when we began our journey in promoting innovation, etc., I would be invited to various conferences, seminars, and related to startups. And because I was also beginning, and I was at an early stage, I also wanted to participate in many of these seminars to understand what exactly are the current trends, what are the important learnings which we can bring here in Telangana. And I recall in many of these conferences, one kind of a matter-of-fact statement which would be given was that 90% of the startups do not succeed. And of course, then people will go on to say that failure is not really a failure. That is also a stepping stone for next learning. And there's no such thing as failure, and you should persevere and all that. But the bottom line of that was that 90% of startups have to fail. I mean, they will just not do well. Which kind of puzzled me, that why should it be? I mean, this is not some kind of biblical thing that you have to fail to succeed. And what can we do really to ensure that they don't fail at all? And of course, in those kind of conferences, one more matter-of-fact thing which would be presented was something called the value of death. So the failure happens there, so on and so forth. So when we began T-Hub, of course, we did not mandate it in any direct way, because as a government, this was always a belief that we should give complete autonomy to the professional management which is running these institutions. One of the implicit points, or I do recall that in many of the early board meetings, I did raise this subject, that how can we ensure that no one fails, or if at all someone fails also, it's for reasons beyond your control. So how can you ensure that many of our startups most of our startups succeed in doing what they're really embarked upon doing. And then through experience, again, I don't have precise data, but I'm sure when you went to T-Hub yesterday, I know that all of you, many of you went to T-Hub yesterday, you would have got a sense. Maybe precise data was not given to you, but our numbers are way, way beyond this 10% belief that only 10% succeed in the first go. Our numbers are in excess of 60 to 70%, which, in my opinion, is very remarkable, but it has been achieved through some very clear strategies today. And that is something which I want really this gathering and also this association is to really focus on. That if in a T-Hub, if we can ensure that everyone succeeds, how can we replicate it everywhere else? What are the SOPs? So it is like some school. One school you will know brings only first top rankers. Everyone in that school gets into the IIT. There is something called Super 30. You may be aware about it. So if you study, if you ask people or if you talk about them, one very obvious answer which comes is that they select bright people to begin with. So everyone is already pre-inclined to succeed, and therefore it is no surprise that everyone gets into an IIT. So some people used to comment about T-Hub also, that possibly you kind of filter so that people who are already at a stage where they will succeed, you take only them, and therefore it's no surprise that you claim 70%, even 70% you should feel sorry about. You should have been targeting 90% or 95% or something, but that is not really true. When you went to T-Hub yesterday, you would have seen that everyone is at different levels. Of course, are very, very bright, with very good clarity on what exactly is their product going to be, which is their market, what is the technology. But majority of them actually come with lots of doubts, they're also in that trial and error kind of a phase. But the support that they get in an incubator or an innovation center like the T-Hub actually makes the difference. So when we realized that T-Hub has been able to crack this formula, many years ago we started this program. I won't say that it has gone off well, but the idea definitely is something which is worth emulating. And that idea, which we tried to introduce about 8-9 years ago, was called whole of the city approach. So every center in the city which supports innovation, which supports entrepreneurship, must do these things compulsorily. And it is not mechanically ticking a box. Like I told the 10 things have to be done, I did this. That is not how it is. That should become your DNA. How do you select a startup? How do you onboard a startup? What kind of understanding about his product you develop? Do you have a very rich bank of information to tell him what is the level of competition? What are the entry barriers? Who is he competing with? Are the competitors large firms? Are they similar startups? What could be the differentiator for him? What are the niche areas which are still unexplored? What kind of technology is he using? So these are some of the points which we must be able to guide the startup in a very, very professional way. Obviously, our own resources will be limited. It's not that the whole repository of world's knowledge or wisdom is with us. Our repository will be partial, but we do have access to hundreds of other wise people, bright people, experienced people, experts, and so on and so forth. So how do you ensure that this pool, which is available for the city and for the state, is shared by everyone? So whole of the city concept is, in my opinion, the right concept. It is eventually going to ensure that this 90-10 fallacy is completely broken. We come into a new narrative which shows that every startup can really succeed, unless something really calamitous like the COVID or pandemic or something happens. Everyone can potentially succeed. So we must learn from each other. As I said, T-Hub can offer quite a lot, but I'm sure there are dozens and dozens of other institutions also which have shown success, which have created some template, which have created some model. And now is the time to put together what exactly will be the SOP and how will it be delivered, how will someone be accountable for delivering it, how will it be monitored. But again and again, as I'm saying, it should not be done as a mechanical exercise. Some book has been given, this is the toolkit, this is the SOP, On page number 5, para 3, it is written that every morning there should be a call with the startup. We should not do it in a mechanical way. The spirit of doing the right thing for the benefit of the startups, that is how it should be captured. That is what we should do. And as ISBA, I guess if you take that responsibility, I'll be willing to give personal time to help you create that kind of a tool. I truly believe that this 90-10 is just a myth which people have perpetuated. I don't know for what reason, but it holds no basis at all. The second